Hello, everybody. Sorry, hold on. I don't even have my foot up yet. That is why I am late. In fact, water got into the garbage bag that I have to wrap around my foot when I shower. So that means I had to change all of the dressing and re-disinfect it and all that other fun stuff that comes along with, having surgery. So, oh my gosh. Hi, everybody. Hey, Foxtrot. Foxtrot is first. But everybody is amazing. Oh, I wish that was the case. She probably will have to at some point. She's currently snoozing on my blanket. Oh my gosh, I gotta wash that thing. It's got so much dog hair on it. I swear it's got more dog hair on it than she does. Queen Purple! Hi, honey. Good to see you. Hi, Nana Laura. Hi, Jay from Michigan. Oh, thank you. I love that. That means so much to me. Oh, yes. Happy St. Patty's Day in 14 minutes for me. Hi, Shane. Good to have you tonight, sweetie. Hi, Patrick B. Good to see you. Let's see. Did I miss anyone? Hi, Mari Brown. Good morning. Oh, thank you. Hi, James Russell. Welcome to the party. Like I said in the description, I hope y'all wore your Depends tonight because you're gonna need them. Hi, Patwood. Good to see you, love. I know. Now, don't you start acting like Philip Heels. He scolds me when I'm late, too. Oh, you guys are just adorable. And I saw the messages about, I've known April for a couple months. She's amazing. You guys are amazing. You guys are the only reason the channel exists, for crying in the mud. If it wasn't for you, why would I be here? I'm just so happy to have you guys. Yay! Hi, Jody Gardner. Good to see you, love. Yeah, that's kind of the theme here. Everybody gets up to go potty and they check and see if I'm on. It happens all the time, and I love it. I love it because sometimes I can rope you into sticking around. And that may be the case tonight. You may want to. Oh my goodness. 1 a.m. Pennsylvania. It is 11:48 here. So I'm not. I want to have a wall of clocks like they do in New York City. I want to have a wall of clocks that tells me all the different time zones from all of my members. Yep, that's what I want. I went to urgent care this morning and I got put back on my antibiotic. Thank God. That's all I wanted. They did an x-ray to make sure that there was no infection in the bone. It's clear. They did a culture. It'll take like 3 days to get it out. Whatever. I don't care. I know I know that I need the antibiotic back. It was getting better with the antibiotic. I go off the antibiotic and it starts getting red and painful and puffy again. And the doctor was like, well, I looked at the pictures that are in the file from the first time you were in the ER and it looks much better than that day. Well, yeah, I had a whole week of the antibiotic and now I'm 2 days off of it and it's red and puffy again. Can I have the antibiotic back, please? You know? I get so much entertainment from Washington State. Thank you for being somewhat of a contributor. You pay taxes to keep that state going so that I can continue to stream content from there. In fact, tonight, oh, 100%. 100%. They always look at me like I'm crazy. I can tell you I have an infection long before you can culture it and find it. For real. Like, if I'm freezing cold all the time and I have to have my heat turned up in my house to 76 degrees when it's sunny and bright outside, there's a problem. I don't run fevers. That's the other issue. That's the other reason they just think I'm making it up or crazy or whatever. I don't run fevers. I don't know why. Whatever the reason, it just doesn't happen. I didn't have a fever when I had COVID. I didn't have a fever when I had pneumonia. I just don't get them. But I freeze. My body is so cold, like shivering cold out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, I'm sick. Emily, hi, honey. You made it. You barely missed anything. You didn't really miss anything. You just missed me gabbing for a moment. That's it. But I'm so happy you're here. Hello, Philippines. Good to see you tonight, sweetie. That's so cute. Oh, well, I don't even know how to respond to that. You're doing something. You're here with me. That's enough. Yes. Everybody else, make sure, cue in. I know we all need it. Thank you so much, Jody. Every one of us needs it. Even when we think everything is great, we still need it. And I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Sir Philip, did you buy an acre of land in Scotland? Oh, and by the way, speaking of Catherine Gaston, tonight's clip is kind of partially her fault. So she had emailed me a Thurston County docket like 3 days ago now, 4 days ago. But so I've not been checking my email diligently, but I've been I used to not bother downloading Thurston because they left their dockets up. They don't do that anymore. So now I've been trying to put them in my rotation and trying, when I see them, I try to catch them. Cause Judge Buckley is one of my all-time favorite judges, and Judge Meyer, he's great too. So I've been adding them into my rotation when I can catch them. So she emailed me a link, and when I clicked on it, I was like, oh, I think I have that one. And when I clicked on it, the link had been taken down. So I was like, all right, I'll just go in my archive and grab it. I had a Thurston County docket, but it wasn't the docket. And I was like, well, I've already got it imported. I might as well just, see what's here. So even though I didn't get the one you had suggested, Catherine, I promise this is good. Hi, Kiki Blue, honey. I'm never blue when you're here. No, can't be blue with Kiki Blue around. They are. But what isn't? My daughter, I was so excited tonight. My daughter had a forensics competition today, and she's going to state. And she texted me and said, Mom, I really would like steak for dinner tonight. And I was like, it's celebratory. We got a few in the freezer. Sure, I'll pull them. And I'm like, well, when are you coming home? She's like, well, we're on the road already. I'll be home in half an hour. Not long enough to thaw steaks, kid. But I was already at Walmart getting my prescription. I was like, fine, I'll just, pick something up. Wow, meat's expensive. Wow. And I only buy it when it's on clearance. The only time that I'll pay full price for meat is ground beef. And then I'm still getting like the cheapest loaf log that I can. But I was like, there was one section that had a couple of yellow stickers on it, but I saw one was prime rib. I'm like, no way. I'm not going to get her prime rib. I can't afford that. It was $11.97 a pound. The chuck roast was $15.97 a pound. I'm like, well, hell, I got more than half of a pound for free by buying it at the markdown. And it was prime rib. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't afford to buy the cheaper stuff at more. So she got spoiled hard for that state win. So I'm real proud of her. I am. So she and her boyfriend made steak and potatoes for dinner tonight for themselves. There's a little bit left over, so she put it in the fridge for me. So I want to try it. It smelled so good, but I eat like once a day. The rest of the day is coffee. Coffee and a Mountain Dew or two. That's my diet. Ooh, do you now? I don't. I have family with influence at the local bar, I'm sure, but that's about as close as I get. I love you. I tried a day shift the other day, and it was so much fun. I have to do it more often. The only problem is, like, I have to be able to get a few clips ahead of myself. And that's not easy to do all the time. Sometimes they just don't make themselves present. Yes? Did I miss something? Hold on, let me scroll back. What did I miss? Aww. Well, I missed that. That's sweet. Thank you. Oh. Okay. I missed the first comment. I don't think I've heard of that one. I'll have to look specifically for that docket. I don't think I've seen it. I found Sargent County the other day and I was so excited. Or no, it was like maybe it was like a month ago or something. I love when I find counties that are like just named cool things. Sometimes they're really cool things, but then there's just nothing doing on the docket. I found one was called Black Diamond. It's like, that's awesome. And I watched like 3 dockets and I'm like, there's nothing here yet. That's where most of my day goes, is watching dockets that there's nothing there yet. But I guess, I can't really hope for people to misbehave. I mean, that's just wrong. Hi, Chloe's mom. I had a nurse. I had a nurse that I said something about my coffee intake, and she's like, I've never had coffee. I'm like, are you one of them water type? I mean, what else do you have? And she's like, well, sort of. That's not a real answer. What's your vice? Diet Mountain Dew. I'm like, oh, at least it's diet, I suppose. Sir Philip. That's actually really cool to find out. Did you always know that, or is that something you just learned from your genealogy? Oh, future king. Oh, well, you wouldn't have known he'd be the future king, I suppose. I'll be honest, I'm sorry. I'm really ignorant to how a lot of that works. I can tell you a little bit about, the US government systems and stuff, but as far as foreign government affairs and royalty and things like that, I don't understand it or keep up on it. I'm sorry. But I'm very excited for you. My Philip Heels from Australia, the future king of England, is his 10th cousin. What did I say about 6 steps away from knowing everybody in the world? Oh, that is so sweet. That is super, super sweet. Thank you, Mary Brown. Oh, golly. It changes. You asked me that when I first started streaming. And at the time, my answer was Clallam County. And it's still in my tops. I don't get to watch it very often, but I still do. I love Clallam County. But I've found so many. I think the only way that I can answer that is cranky old man. You want to make me happy, give me a cranky old man judge, and I will be ecstatic. They are so much fun. They're sarcastic and they're often very witty. The older they are, the funnier they are. My favorite judge stream is Cranky Old Man. Old man shouts at moon. That is my judge stream. Oh, I felt that. My family's 6th-generational home, 300-year-old house plus. Yeah. They rattle when I laugh. The windows, they rattle. When my mom was in the hospital, I can't remember what was said, but I laughed, and my dad and my brothers were just like, shh. I'm like, I'm sorry. That's my laugh. I'll try not to be funny. I'm sorry. Oh. Yep. Clallam County's in Washington, over by Forks. I think Forks is a part of it, I believe. I just know they reference Forks a lot. Black Diamond Bakery. That's a court? Or was that an autocorrect? Hi, Rocky Lennon. Oh, cool. That's neat to know. Hey, and if it's mostly traffic cases, I mean, there's bound to be potential there. Trust me. You did too. Yep. Yeah. You did. I think Catherine's got a little bit of ESPN in her brain there. But that's only if I travel. I mean, I can break the rules for here, sort of. As long as none of them, you draw that circle diagram thing as the little part that overlaps, as long as I don't go in that middle. The exclusion zone. Oh, look at that. Giving the love over to Rocky Lennon. All right, guys. Yes. Clown County. And I still have. Let me see. It's been a long time since I've played it. Hold up.
Do we do things a little differently here? One thing we don't do is dress up in clown costumes and come to court. Don't come back here looking like that again.
Cranky old man judge. That's Clallam County. Yeah, I haven't I have not been in this little clips folder for a minute. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, I remember that one. I remember that. Do y'all remember this one? Hold up. Hold on. Y'all remember this one. I know you will. Like, dude, come on. Stop lying. It seriously doesn't suit you. Oh, wow. Lawyer Kitty getting mad. Lawyer Kitty slapped me. Ooh. There was 1 weekend I got up to over 100. I can't even remember what I was running that night. But it was good. I was very happy. Yeah, everybody loves it. But see, I can't use it as a clip because when I stream, I put myself in the corner right over here, right in the bottom. And that's exactly where I was that night. So when I play the clip, my big head covers it. Unless I, move myself to the side there like I did and play it then. But exactly. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my foot just slipped off of my pillow. Ooh. All right, guys. I saw. Oh, he's sleeping on the toad over there. He being so cute. Well, you can't see him because my lighting in here sucks. But he's asleep on the toad over there. I saw one kitty head, and it ended up being Earl, who's just as cute. But I can't hold him. He does not like being held. Hi, Earl. Hi, Buds. And hi, Ava. You jealous thing, you. You jealous girl. Hi, Earl. Did you hear Lawyer Kitty clip? You heard the rowing? It is up. It is up. I keep it up. I promise. I'm so sick of having it up. And if I keep it up for too long, then like my toes go kind of numb. So then I have to adjust and I have to like make it so it's not like resting with my calf on the edge of the desk. I have to then, lay it over the desk, which means there's so much adjusting involved. He is. Yes. Oh. Yes, Sir Philip Heels. It is your Ava. You just farted. Why do you go under my desk to do that? Was that just an excited fart? That was an excited toot? I think the last thing you need right now is a treat. But I'll give you a couple treats and then I'll take you out to potty. That was Billy. There's nothing in the hand yet, goof. Nothing yet. Earl, thank you, buds. Yeah, that was Billy. I was giving him hugs and kisses and stuff. Oh, speaking of which, when I'm done with Ava, I gotta show you guys something cute. Wait. Wait. I know you're excited. It's second dinner. Wait. Gentle. Don't be getting snatchy. No. Swiper, no swiping. There you go. Be gentle. Lip smacking delicious, huh? Let's see what you got. You got bacon in here. Get you a bacon strip. Wait. Excuse me, miss. Hello, can... She's like got all of her weight on my elbow. You're not going to get it any faster. Speak. 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 Good girl. Oh, she's such a character. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Be good. Be good. Be good. That's not what that was meant to be. Yes, that was. Yes, Ava, she's kind of a rescue dog. An old man got in over his head. He wanted to start rescuing dogs, but he didn't have the ability or facility to do so. And so she was kenneled with another dog, like medium to large size dogs, 2 in a cage, in a medium cage. So, but she was destined to be mine. Kendra picked her. Sure, why not? After the kid moves out. Oh, we all have those days, sweetie pie. I hope you're able to laugh tonight, and I hope it makes you feel some better. Well, if that's the case, you're welcome to have all of them. I don't need no more. I don't need any more puppies. You can make them and keep them. All right, guys. I'm gonna put this video on. There it is.
And then we're going to send you to the breakout room where you need to get on a tablet and you can help Ms. Kamari with, it says a tech pile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we can just proceed with his matter.
With which one?
Mr. Tecpio,
So Mr., how do I say that? Tech pile, am I saying that right? Could you come on the Zoom call, please?
Señor Tecpile, active su cámara y su video, su audio.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's happening today, Ms. Kamari?
¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer ahora, señorita Kamara?
Your Honor, I filed the paperwork for deferred prosecution.
Dice, he entregado los papeles para hacer prosecución diferida.
We had come to the court before on this matter and there was an issue with the evaluation. And so we've gotten the evaluation updated and submitted that.
Vinimos anteriormente a la corte, pero tuvimos un problema con la evaluación, pero ahora ya está la evaluación correcta.
Is all that stuff, I don't see any of it. Is that in the Laserfish file?
You know, I have one simple request, and that is to have sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Porque no veo nada por aquí. ¿En dónde está?
I'll have to look. I had filed it a while ago, Your Honor.
Okay, so are you moving, Mr. Tekpile?
Señor Tecpili, ¿usted se está mudando?
And
No,
Moviendo.
I'm at work right now.
what are you doing at work?
¿Qué es lo que hace en el trabajo?
We're doing landscaping.
Okay, I want you, because you keep looking up like I want your eyes on me.
Oh
Porque
yeah.
veo que está mirando a otro lado.
All right.
Quiero que me mantenga la vista.
Thank you.
Ahí sí.
I don't see the new evaluation. I see the petition. Did you? We don't have the new evaluation, Ms. Kamiri. I don't see it anyway.
Todavía no tenemos la evaluación nueva, señor Kemery.
Your Honor, I saw it. I thought it was attached to the most recent petition. It looked okay to the city.
Okay.
Yo pensé que estuvo adjunto a la última petición. Está bien con la ciudad.
It is included in the petition. I can re-forward that to the clerk if you'd like, Your Honor.
Yeah, is that really 30 pages?
It's 31 pages, Your Honor.
Is that on, all right, just, is
Se
that in
puede entregar
Laserfish?
después a la. Son como 31 páginas.
What's that? Okay. Go ahead and print it out then, I guess. What's that? Okay. So it's going to take a couple minutes to print that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here. I'm moving to get in a place where it's quiet.
Okay. Are you ready now?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm looking at what's known as a petition for deferred prosecution. Did you review all that with your attorney there, Ms. Kamiri?
¿Usted revisó toda esta información de persecución diferida con su abogada?
Yes, if it's the same one that we used, I looked at not last court, but the court before, then I did. I don't think it's a new one.
Right. No, I don't think it is either. Was that me?
I believe so. We had a court back, not Tuesday, because Tuesday, we just scheduled it for today. So it was the one before, but there was something with my evaluation. So we had to reschedule.
Right.
I believe it was you, Your Honor.
I remember this actually. So we went through all this and I'm going to go through this all again. Do you need an interpreter? Because it seems like you speak English pretty well.
I do, but there is like some things that I don't understand, like certain laws, like
All right.
certain
So,
words.
all right, we'll go ahead then. So you need to, don't answer me when I speak in English. You need to let the interpreter interpret and then you can answer to that. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is a petition for deferred prosecution.
Esta es una solicitud para prosecución diferida.
If it's granted, you'll be under the supervision of the court for the next 5 years.
Va a estar bajo supervisión de la corte por los próximos 5
There'll be a
años, si
number
se
of
le
strict
concede,
conditions in
y
place.
va a tener varias restricciones.
Those conditions include,
Las condiciones incluyen
you're not to have any criminal law
no puede
violations,
tener ninguna violación penal de la ley,
don't drive without license or insurance,
no maneje al menos que tenga licencia y seguro,
don't consume any alcohol or have any controlled substances without prescription,
no consuma nada de alcohol ni ninguna droga que no sea prescrita por un médico,
don't refuse a breath test,
no se niegue a hacer la prueba del aliento,
stay out of bars and taverns,
manténgase alejado de cantinas y bares,
complete a DUI victims impact panel,
complete un panel de impacto para víctimas
and complete this treatment program as outlined by
complete este plan de tratamiento que le ha dado la agencia
Northwest Resources.
Northwest Resources.
If you complete those things at the end of 5 years, this will be dismissed.
Es que usted completa todas estas cosas, al final de los 5 años el caso se borra.
If you fail in these conditions, you'll be brought back before the court.
Es que fracasa en estas condiciones, le traen de vuelta a la corte.
Your guilt or innocence will be determined by a reading of the police report.
Su culpabilidad o inocencia va a ser determinada solamente leyendo
Which is
los
filed
reportes
here.
de la policía que están ya registrados aquí.
And you concede there are facts sufficient in the police report to find you guilty.
Y se puede ver que hay bases suficientes en el reporte del policía para encontrarle culpable.
And if this were to be revoked, and hopefully it won't be,
Y si es que esto tendría que ser revocado, y espero que no pase eso,
there'll be some mandatory minimum jail time. Do you understand that?
hay cierta sentencia mandatoria mínima de cárcel. Usted comprende todo esto, ¿verdad?
As well as increased license restriction.
Así como también condiciones en su licencia, restricciones en la licencia de conducir
And ignition interlock requirements.
y los requisitos de la traba para el arranque.
Do you understand all that?
¿Comprende todo esto?
I understand, Your Honor.
Which should be strong incentive for you to finish this successfully.
Esto es un buen incentivo para cumplir todo esto con éxito.
There'll also be some fairly substantial financial obligations, both to the court as well as to your treatment provider.
También van a haber bastantes gastos económicos que debe a la corte y en su tratamiento.
You also agree that you suffer from alcoholism, which resulted in this offense.
Usted además está de acuerdo que sufre de alcoholismo y que es lo que
If that's
Por eso
not treated, there's a
esto.
likelihood of additional criminal activity in the future that would occur. Do you understand all that?
y que si esto no se trata en el futuro puede haber reindicencias. ¿Comprende esto?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Do you have any questions at all about what's happening?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta de lo que está pasando?
I believe I understand everything.
Do you, have you started treatment yet?
¿Ya comenzó el tratamiento?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I already completed my IOP assessment, and now I am on the weekly aftercare. I'm around halfway done, and then I'm going to move to my monthly aftercare, and here in a couple months, 1 or 2 months.
All right. Think.
Well, Northwest Resources is a really good, place to be. I didn't, first when I got there, I didn't think that I was an alcoholic. I was like just thinking it was just, unlucky. But then, Northwest Resources and my counselors just changed the way I think, and now I understand that I had a problem, but at first I didn't believe it, but now I know that that's a problem that I have. That there's no way to just fix it. I just have to stay consistent with my treatment and classes and just meetings and just stay involved. And I just know I have to end up having to do this for the rest of my life and just stay consistent so I don't relapse again.
Anything further from the city, Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Your Honor. No objection.
Ms. Kamari?
¿Algo más de parte de la abogada?
All right.
That's
The
all.
deferred petition for deferred prosecution will be granted.
Se le concede la solicitud para prosecución
Prosecution
diferida.
will be deferred for 60 months to dismissal.
Se posterga por 60 meses hasta que se disuelva.
$150 administrative fee,
$150 de costos administrativos,
$1,200 probation fee,
$1,200 de costos de probatoria,
$43 in court costs.
43 de costos de registro.
Don't have any criminal law violations.
No tenga ninguna violación penal de la
Don't
ley.
drive without license or insurance.
No maneje al menos que tenga licencia y aseguranza al día.
Don't consume any alcohol or have any controlled substances without a valid prescription.
No consuma nada de alcohol ni ninguna droga que no sea prescrita por un médico.
Don't refuse a breath test.
No se niegue a hacer la prueba del aliento.
Stay out of bars and
Y
taverns.
manténgase alejado de bares y cantinas.
And make sure any
Ya,
car you
asegúrese
drive
de
is
que
equipped with
cualquier
ignition
carro que
interlock
usted
device
maneja
as well as appropriate license through
Está
Department of
equipado
Licensing.
con las condiciones que le da el Departamento de Licencias.
You're going to be responsible for signing the appropriate releases so we can start getting compliance reports and make sure you get that done.
Usted
By
tiene
May
la
15th.
obligación de firmar, de autorizar cualquier para que entreguen estos
Complete the
cosas
1005
en
treatment
las
program that you're
agencias,
on
tiene que completar el plan de tratamiento y todo,
and attend the DUI
y
Victims Impact
atender el
Panel.
panel de víctimas.
And good luck in your recovery. You're doing a good job so far as I can tell, so keep it up.
Y buena suerte con su recuperación. Veo que está haciendo un buen trabajo hasta ahora. Manténgase así.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the words of the actress from Modern Family, do you know how hard it is to have to translate things in my own head before I say them? Do you even know how intelligent I am in Spanish? Even though they speak English very well, there's still, English is a very difficult language, and there's still some words, especially related to the legal system, that they may not understand. And so it's just a safeguard for the courts to make sure that these individuals absolutely understand every rule that they have to comply with, because the last thing the court wants is for a bilingual defendant to be able to say down the road, I did not understand that part because I didn't know what those two words meant. So, you know what? It doesn't hurt to have it translated into their native language, and it just ensures that they're going to not be able to use that as an excuse later for why they didn't comply or why they struggled to, meet any of the rules set forward in the court. So I'm all for it, but exactly, 100%. Now the court's covered, he's covered, he can't say he didn't know, and he said he speaks English really well, but there's some legal terms he doesn't understand. I want to be assured that he knows those legal terms now. And the other benefit is the judge is saying it in English, the translator's saying it in Spanish. He's picking up on both now. So those terms that he didn't know before, he's having an opportunity to learn them now. So to me, it's okay. Yeah, it gives her a job. It doesn't hurt anything. What is she going to be doing otherwise? Come on.
You're free to go. And then I see one other.
There's two other ones here.
I see
Tengo una
Angel
pregunta.
Cajosa.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Hey, so does this mean I have 2 more courts or no?
No, those court dates, those are your trial dates, and those have been canceled. The only
Hey,
way you
so-
get called back into court now is if you mess up somehow. So
Ya terminado
don't do
todo.
that.
Esas próximas cortes que tenía programado para el juicio se cancelan. La
You
única forma en que va a regresar a la corte si es que hace alguna equivocación.
What's
All
happened
right.
with the infraction in this case, Mr. Sharp?
¿Qué pasó con la infracción que venía adjunto?
I think that's already been.
No, it looks like it's still
Sorry.
pending as far as I can
The
tell.
31st. In light of Mr. Tecpili, as well as progress so far pre-trial and his good insights, he'll move to dismiss that infraction.
Thank you.
En vista de que el señor Tecpili está cumpliendo muy bien
So
con todo, entonces le voy a disolver le voy a quitar
Good. You do have a warrant, though, out of Ording Municipal.
Usted tiene una orden de arresto en la Corte Municipal de Ording.
You need to take care of that warrant, but you don't have any other court dates here.
Necesita
All right.
resolver esa orden de arresto, pero ya no tiene nada más aquí en esta corte.
You may go.
Yes, Your Honor. And where is my or the person that paid for my bill? Where can he go to?
That will get sent back to whoever posted it.
La fianza le devuelven
Alright.
a la persona que puso la fianza.
It won't happen right away, but
No,
it will come back to him.
no va a ser inmediato, pero le van a enviar de vuelta a la persona que puso.
All right, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Thank you. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Okay, you may go.
Bye.
Is there an Angel Gijosa? Come on up. So this is on for confirmation there, Ms.
Ahora para confirmación,
Kamari?
señora Camary.
This is not my case, Your Honor.
Y su abogado.
It says Pacific Point Defense. Is that Mr. Swenson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is he in a breakout room? All right, we're gonna just stand by there for a minute. When he comes back, no, stay there.
Espérese un ratito porque no está aquí.
So do you have any cases in, don't let him go into a breakout room, in the courtroom here we can take up?
I don't have any ready, Your Honor, but may I speak with Mr. Homiak?
But I think, is the tablet available? I think that Mr. Swenson's teaching someone on the tablet.
Okay, Your Honor.
He's with him.
If there's not a hold on the warrant, then they just advise them of that and tell them to go deal with it in whatever jurisdiction has the warrant on him. There's certain things that they can hold them on and certain ones that they can't. So it's not like they could arrest them right there in court just because a warrant exists. If they're not already in custody, they usually just tell them, go deal with your stuff, dude.
Homiak. So the clerk just told me that he's with Homiak.
Okay. Is there anyone else then that still needs to be spoken with?
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. So what's your name?
Renee Burnside.
Burnside, did you say? What time are you scheduled to be here?
10.
Did you say 10?
Your Honor,
Yeah, there's Renee Birdside's on for confirmation. And is that one of yours?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and then has everybody else been talked to by anybody not spoken to by Mr. Swenson yet? Yeah, I know you, ma'am. I just talked to you. Okay. Because I really need you to speak up because I just can't hear you. Okay, all right. So I guess we just have to wait for Mr. Swenson to come back.
there's also an arraignment, Your Honor,
What time?
10:30.
Oh, is Carlos Reyes Reina here? Okay, you can go back. Ms. Kamari, I'll have you here with Carlos Reyes Reina.
Yes, Your Honor. And there was one additional matter with Mr. Tekpile that he brought to my attention. So I was wondering if we could recall his matter.
What was that?
He has a scram device, and so I was wondering if he still needs that or if he can get that removed.
Mr. Sharp?
We'll defer to the court, Your Honor. Sounds like he's in treatment.
Given that he's now in treatment and deferred prosecution, the scram can be removed. We'll check the box on the JNS that says he can remove the scram. Can you just check that for me?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Now he's free to go.
Yeah.
So your name is Carlos Reyes Reina?
Se llama Carlos Reyes Reina.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need an interpreter? You seem to answer me pretty quickly.
I probably only sometimes.
Okay, so then that's a yes. And so I'm going to ask you some questions
Le va a
and
hacer
then
ciertas preguntas.
just wait for the interpreter
Espere
to
para que el intérprete
interpret.
traduzca. Etcétera.
You're charged with one count of driving with license suspended in the third degree,
Licencia suspendida en tercer grado.
which is a simple misdemeanor
Delito simple.
and carries with it a maximum penalty of 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine.
De multa.
A plea of not guilty will be entered.
Le vamos a poner una declaración de no culpable.
I will appoint Christine Lang, no, I won't appoint the Pacific Point Law Group to represent you.
Le asigna a la,
Washington's
a la
very
firma de
lax.
Pacific Point Law para que la represente. So,
Looks like you got a speeding ticket with this as well. That can track with it.
¿quién tiene un ticket por ir con exceso de velocidad? Con
Uh,
con esto
Did you get a
con-
chance to review the police report on probable cause?
¿Tuvo usted la oportunidad de revisar causa probable?
No, I'm not talking to you.
No, Your
I'm
Honor.
talk-
I'll review that now.
No.
I mean, there's a police report in the file, very brief, but it indicates that a DOL check returned with the status of suspended in the third degree. So I will find probable cause based on that. And Mr. Sharp, is the city seeking conditions beyond, don't drive without license or insurance and don't have any criminal law violations?
También tiene que no tener ninguna violación de la ley y no maneje hasta que tenga licencia de seguro.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
So a plea of not guilty will be entered.
Le vamos a poner una declaración de no culpable.
We're going to give you a future court date. You're going to remain released.
Mantenerse en libertad.
There's 3 things you need to do.
Tres cosas que necesita hacer.
Don't have any criminal law violations.
Ninguna violación penal de la ley.
Don't drive without license or insurance.
Tenga licencia y seguro.
And make all your court dates.
Cumpla con todos sus acuerdos.
Your next court date is going to be
Va a ser
April 30th
el 30 de abril a las 11.
at 11 a.m. Your mailing address still on, do you have a cell phone number we could send text reminders to?
Donde le podemos enviar
Your
texto.
You're going to get a piece of paper with your court date and contact information for your attorney's office.
Con su-
Once you get that, you're free to go.
porque también tiene información de contacto con la abogada para que le vean. Ellos hablan español, le ponen con intérprete. Es acérquese a retirar esa cosa que le van a dar ahí.
Entonces, ¿dónde puedo llamar para ganar mi licencia?
Eso no tiene nada que ver con la cosa. How can I find out what I need to do to find?
Get your license. Talk to the Washington State Department of Licensing.
Tiene que llamar al departamento de licencia.
I think I haven't had my license since 2007 somewhere.
Yeah, you need to speak with them.
Necesita hablar con ellos para
We
saber
don't
cómo
handle
puede
any
hacer.
licensing, suspensions, or anything like
Aquí
that.
la corte no tiene nada que ver con lo del departamento de licencia con suspensión.
We report to the Department of
Nosotros
Licensing.
reportamos al departamento de
They take
licencia,
that information to
ellos
decide
toman
whether or
esa
not to
información
suspend.
y ellos deciden qué hacer, suspender o no suspender.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Acérquese. Saca por eso de-
It would appear by looking though that you have some tickets you need to clean up.
Me parece que tiene algunos tickets que limpiar, que aclarar, que pagar. Por eso estará suspendida su licencia.
And you may
Eso es
go.
todo. Ya puede retirarse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is our phone number on the documentation provided to him?
Yes. You gave him the Pacific.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Swenson, we can take up some of the ones, looks like Mr. Frankson's on the, all Franksons are on the Zoom call. And then we have several people in court who need to be dealt with.
Yeah, I think we're ready on most of them, Your Honor. So if I could first call Brandon Brown, who's present in the courtroom.
What time is he scheduled to be here?
That one is scheduled for 10 o'clock.
And what's happening today?
Defense is moving to continue, Your Honor. There's some additional investigation that needs to take place. Mr. Brown is considering the current offer from the city. We would request a new pretrial date. I believe this was the first setting.
What's the speedy trial situation?
We just filed a new waiver, Your Honor, with the commencement of today, expiration June 10th.
Okay.
No objection.
Mr. Brown, your mailing address still on, yeah. You get text reminders of court dates?
No.
Okay, do you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your phone number? So ma'am, Ms. Burnside, she's gonna speak with on the Zoom call or on a breakout room first with somebody else. So you might want to wait a minute before you call her. And when you call her, I want you to be outside, so I can't hear it.
People keep saying it can't be completed as filed.
Okay, well then just wait a minute then. We'll get back to you in a minute.
Okay.
You can grab a seat here, but don't leave until your case is called.
Okay.
07.
Did you get that, Candace? So ma'am, just stay back there, please. Just stay back there until you're called forward, okay? Okay, just go back. Don't do that, Candace. Okay, she's just gonna sit there.
Yeah, approaching the judge, walking up to the bench, that's not a good idea. Don't do that.
What are we waiting for? We're just going to give him a new court date. We're going to give him a pretrial in about a month. What date is that? April what?
30.
Your next court date is April 30th. Come on up. You can take that. And you're free to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Quick question.
Promise?
Disregard
What is that?
these.
Yes, you don't need to, those have now been canceled. What, can I see those?
Yeah. The bottom two are the ones that I'm
Yep,
concerned
you don't need to worry about those.
Perfect. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, you're welcome. Mr. Swenson,
Can we call Cruz Chamberlain next, present in the courtroom?
it's on for confirmation.
That's right, Your Honor. Defense is requesting a continuance, and I'm having Mr. Chamberlain observe mental health court in 2 weeks, I believe. I believe the next one after this week is March 28th, correct?
Okay, so do you want to set a pretrial for strike the trial date, set a pretrial for sometime in April?
Same April 30th. I filed a speedy trial waiver with commencement of today, expiration June 10th.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Have you been getting text reminders of court dates? Come on up and get that piece of paper and you're good to go.
Your Honor, sorry, does the court, is the mental health court in courtroom 2? Or do you know?
I think in Lacey, it's typically in court. Would this be in Lacey? It'd be in courtroom 3. Is that correct, Mr. Sharp?
Last time I did it, it was, Your Honor, but that was a year.
Yeah, and I think it's at 4 in the afternoon.
Right. So Mr. Chamberlain, courtroom 3 on the 28th.
In Lacey?
In Lacey, sir?
No, right here in this building. Courtroom number 3. We're in courtroom number 2. Courtroom number 3 is kind of across the hallway there.
All right.
And you can ask when you get here. All right. Thanks. Sorry for making you wait around so long.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Swenson?
Let's go ahead and call Anthony Frankson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi there. So did we ever get, and I see, and I think your parents are here also?
Yes, it looks like it.
Actually, it's just me. My husband's sick today.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
So it does, it appears at this point, consistent with my observations, I've had this case a few times, that Mr. Frankson is competent at this point to proceed. So has he been arraigned on these, and where are we headed with these today here, Mr. Swenson?
We are not, we're not disputing that finding of competence, Your Honor, and I need to check and see if he's been arraigned. I thought.
I just have to make sure you all caught that before this begins. They did a competency hearing. He was found competent. Keep that in mind as this proceeds.
He had, but I could be mistaken.
Well, in any case, we can just, probable cause has been established and all these, and conditions have been set. We can just enter pleas of not guilty on all 3 counts at the moment, and speedy trial would start today anyway. And then we would set a pretrial, and then there's a state case here also. Who's his attorney on that? Does anyone know?
Jason Schuyler, Your Honor, is my other attorney.
Mr. Pizderka, right.
Well,
So we should
There's a
probably-
felony pending too with Mr. Schuyler, Your Honor.
I did know that. Yeah, no, I was just terms of scheduling purposes for the, for both of these cases. We should probably set a pretrial on a state case for the one and then do pretrials on the others. Does everybody agree with that, or does anybody not agree with that?
I think that sounds right, Your Honor. I'm just checking. Yeah, okay. There are 3 pending matters in Lacey and then the one.
All right. And the no contact order. And ma'am, Stephanie Frankson, you come on the Zoom call.
Yes.
And so just as kind of a general check-in, how are things going?
Actually, it's going kind of, it's been a challenge. Anthony was under the impression after our last hearing
Mortal
that
bugging, Your
you-
Honor. She's a mortal bugging. She should not be in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Mr. Frankson.
She's a mortal
yeah.
bugging and making fun of me and literally telling me that I'm wrong about what is happening in court. She's literally creating versions of reality in her head
Son.
and is
Okay.
a
So
mortal
Mr.
psychopath.
Frankson, can I stop you for a second?
Yes, Your Honor. It's your court.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Thanks. First of all, she has a right to be here. Anyone can come
I
here.
don't care
And certainly
that
her. So, okay, you need to let me finish, please. Let me finish.
I'm not
Right.
thinking, of course, excuse me.
And so, she has an understanding and, you might disagree with it, but I can still listen to her. And, but at the same time, I don't want to be counterproductive to where we're at. And if, and so, you have some things you need to deal with.
I'm telling you what's actually happening, and what's actually happening is she's impeding and immortally makes.
Anthony,
Okay,
please don't talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not here to pretend with everybody. I'm just saying what's happening.
So, could you please be quiet for a minute? Because I'm talking to the clerk here for a minute.
I'm done.
Okay. That has a date.
Confirmation of traffic.
What day?
Confirmation.
May 27th?
March. And trial is.
Okay.
So Your Honor, oh, sorry.
Yes.
In short, Anthony had an understanding. He thought that the court was going to be sending him for his medication management and things like that. And I just wanted the court to just clarify with Anthony that, that we could help him with that so that he didn't misunderstand that he was going to still be responsible for doing that on his own.
Okay. So, Mr. Frankson, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that? Some of the things that you said she was doing, I don't take that impression from what she just told me, for what that's worth.
Your Honor, she is a mortal psycho bugging me. She's a literal bully and is putting on a show right now. I have no idea what is wrong with her. I think she's the one who works and has all the power financially in our family. Like, she's literally just putting on a show immortal to my perspective. She's acting like
Anthony.
So okay, again, I'm gonna stop you because hang on just a second. For one thing, you're repeating yourself.
Not even about my mother, and you're not actually saying anything that applies to the court, Your Honor. I think you're attacking me right now. I'm just here for court. Excuse me. I'm done talking, but my mother has nothing to do with this even. This is district court cases. None of the district court cases have anything to do with anyone but me, because of my
right. That's true.
Literally, Your Honor.
But
she's immortal bugging the court system and putting on a show.
I don't know what that means. I don't, when you use terms that I'm not familiar with. And so, so basically what I'm hearing from her is
antagonizing my brain is what I'm telling you, Your Honor. So, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah. I literally cut her off because she's antagonizing me.
Anthony.
So
please.
What I'm hearing from her is that there's some and I'm not in charge. And I will just tell you, in terms of, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what your medications are. I don't know, and I'm not in charge of any of that.
Your Honor,
I'm not going to
demanding things from me in private, like you need medication or you can't come to my house tonight. She's putting on a show and wants attention, Your Honor. She's not. She's literally what she's doing is antagonizing me, Your Honor. I've gotten help like 3 times in the last year.
To assist the court, Your Honor, I would just point out, I think what we're observing connects to Dr. Mean's observations in the report.
Okay. And so,
so Your Honor, if I may speak, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Frankson. I want to get him set on a mental health court docket, and have
my request, actually, yes.
Well, I did discuss it with him.
I'm being antagonized. I'm the criminal. I'm the one who goes to jail, everybody. I don't know what your agenda is or why you're encouraging my mother here, who is dealing with a problem herself, but I'm just speaking my part, and you guys are not making a lot of sense completely from my perspective. But I'm not trying to disrespect your court, Your Honor, or your position to the court, which is your Honor, excuse me. But what I'm saying is she's antagonizing me literally. You guys are just encouraging her and starting to go your own direction, which totally works. But I'm just here expressing my opinion and telling you what's happening, because none of these cases have anything to do with her. So I'm confused right now. I'm not even sure what case I'm here for, and that's not on my behalf though. I'm here because I was texted to be here. I was told to be here. There's a handful of cases, Your Honor. Excuse me, but that's I'm just here, Your Honor. Excuse me.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
Well, I'd like to speak without you interrupting me. So can I speak for a few minutes without you interrupting me? Or is that not going to be
Your
happening?
Honor, you're putting on a show and being dramatic. You can speak all you would like to.
Okay. So you're here, the cases you're on here today out of the city of Lacey, there's 2 separate counts of simple assault, 1 count of violation of a protection order.
Yes,
Those
none
are
of
the
that
3
has anything
cases
to
you
do with
have
my
here in the
parents.
city. Okay. So we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. We're going to set a court hearing for at some point in the future. And
Sounds good.
what did you say about mental health court, Mr. Swenson?
I'd like
He's
him
going to
to-
need to be interviewed by somebody from the mental health court staff.
I'm gonna pass it, Your Honor. You're putting
Oh,
on a show. This doesn't have
Your
anything
Honor,
to do with my parents, is what I was
I
saying.
was hoping to get a referral sent over later today, and potentially have him observe on Thursday if he can.
I would
But
like a referral for an inpatient facility. You guys are making me crazy, Your Honor. I'm here because I have to be.
there's clearly,
I will not allow you to encourage.
Anthony, please
She's
stop.
antagonizing me. Okay, and this has nothing to do with them, but you're encouraging my mother who's sick herself, but I can't do anything about that because I'm not a professional and you guys don't listen to any of my reports. I'm here because I'm the criminal. I go to jail. I'm just here. Excuse me. Continue.
I don't think,
Lawyer.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere today, Your Honor. This
I didn't mean to bring the court.
this isn't a discussion I had with him earlier, but I did have concerns about potential decompensation. So,
All right.
I don't know. I have good contact information. I can reach out to him. I think it'd be better for me to have a conversation with him outside
You're
of court.
making me criminal, Your Honor.
And if we could just set court dates, Your Honor, and I'll have him observe mental health court as soon as possible.
Okay, we can do a referral to mental health court.
Yes, I was waiting. I'm waiting on a referral, Your Honor. I'm waiting on a referral. She's antagonizing me and bullying me sarcastically, psychopathically, because I haven't gotten a referral yet. They want me to go around to all of your.
We'll
race-
set a court date here for,
institutions
I'll
and
tell you when your next court
so I
date
can get
is.
denied.
April 23rd and 30th.
I'm waiting on your guys' referral still, Your Honor.
Okay, April 23rd at 9:30 is the next court date here. We can make a referral to mental health court. He'll need to be interviewed by them. They'll need to meet with him and all of that. You know, and sometimes I'm not, obviously, nor should I know what happened between you and him this morning. Sometimes the stress
Nothing
of
has
actually
happened, Your
appearing
Honor,
in
and I'm
court,
not here to scold you.
you know, spurs sort of behavior that doesn't occur in private. So maybe we can chalk that up to that. But I'm sorry this court hearing didn't go as well as you would have liked, Mr. Frankson. It's not my intention to put on any sort of show. I'm sorry if you
Began
misinterpret
doing
that,
by
but
encouraging my mother when she has nothing to do with this. These cases have nothing to do with my parents, Your Honor. I just said you're encouraging my mother now. That's what I said. Excuse me. I didn't mean to take your floor, but this is actually what I described it as. You guys are making me crazy currently. I'm not sure what I'm here for. I'm here because I'm told to be here legally. And I had a good discussion with the mental health counselor already, who was supposed to refer me to inpatient facility, which you guys have been not doing for a year now, Your Honor. I've been waiting on a referral, but I've only gone privately by my parents' accord and by my own accord to a mental health facility.
If you've gone to the inpatient facilities already, why aren't you still there? I know sometimes you can be considered restored to competent, and it might just be that his mom triggers him into these episodes, and that would be, you know, during an evaluation, it might be necessary to have his mom just come on the call during the evaluation so that the evaluator can see what we're seeing. Or how about this, attorney? Send this video to the evaluator and ask him, are you sure? Did you get this one right? Because we're not seeing it.
Competent now because I've gotten help in the duration of me being here. You guys are not doing anything for me currently, and I didn't mean to take your floor. Excuse me, but this court case has nothing to do with my mother, who antagonizes me and bugs me all the time. We're just having a text conversation on the side before or during this hearing, and currently we're in the middle of a text conversation, Your Honor. It was completely situational. Excuse me. My mother is bugging, is what I'm telling you. And this
Okay.
doesn't have anything to do
So
with-
we're going to
these are
conclude
cases
the, and
on my
again,
parents.
Mr. Frankson, you're at the point where, again, you've said the same thing over and over. So I understand your point now. You don't need to repeat it. We're going to conclude the hearing here for today. We'll see you back here on April 23rd.
Is there
And
something?
so,
you guys
Mr.
do
Swenson,
for-
are you going to be able to communicate with Mr.
There
Frankson
a
here
version
between
of
now
this?
and then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know, how much longer would I have to go to jail for you guys to just figure this out on your own, Your Honor? Because I'm actually at my wit's end here.
Okay.
I
Well,
can't, I can't just notify you of what I just did and continue to bear with the courts as I have been. And now that I've said what you guys are literally doing, it's kind of, this is just too immortal. I would like this
Anthony, I'm gonna call you later today, okay? We'll talk about this.
So you
you.
speak with your attorney and he may be able to answer your questions. But I don't think we can do anything more here today.
That's unfortunate, Your Honor.
It is. It's very much so. I think on that
And my
might be the
parents
only
aren't
point
even
of
on
agreement
these
we
cases,
have.
Your Honor, and you aren't even clear on which cases we're here for, Your Honor. I'm not going to court here, and I'm not going to Washington court today. You are not even clear on what cases I'm here for, Your Honor. But I am aware because it's district versus superior. My parents have nothing to do with any district court cases that are open with my name in them or with my name on it.
Okay.
My parents have nothing to do with my district court cases, and I was notifying the court that she's literally bugging and antagonizing me. That's our own
Okay.
personal thing because my parents are they're probably bugging or they're just stressed out themselves. We have arguments. This is just our life that is coming into the courtroom right now.
Okay. So, Mr. Swenson, you're going to speak with him later today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Shoot me a text,
Okay.
Mr. Clinton, please. I have to get to sleep soon. My sleep schedule is off.
Okay.
All right. That'll conclude the hearing here for today. You're free to
Excuse me,
leave there,
Your Honor.
Mr. Frankson.
Please
I'm
don't
sorry?
start a new file on me. This is actually taking too long as the mental health court thing goes. This is actually taking too long as it's, but I'm not gonna go above and put on a show for you guys and do your jobs for you in that way, Your Honor. This is ridiculous.
Okay.
I'll be here for literally the next court date and I will continue to be jobless as you guys require with your endless court date setting. This is, I can't believe what's happening right now, Your Honor. Excuse me if I ruin the court session.
You didn't. You didn't. I'm not sure why you think that, but you did not. But for
We'll talk-
today, you're free to
I'm
leave
not,
the Zoom
I
call.
refuse to do this any longer, whatever this is that I'm doing for the court, Your Honor. This is just a show or I don't even know what cases I'm here for today, or you don't seem to. know
We'll
what time
we'll
you're
talk
on.
about
Oh,
all
I
of that.
do. Okay.
I
So
think it's time that I don't talk anymore, period, and it's time for you guys to do your jobs. I was just notifying you that my mother, Stephanie, is bugging, Your Honor.
Okay.
She's struggling or something.
Yeah, I think you've noticed, you've indicated that several times, but
Sure.
you're free to leave the Zoom call.
But what I'm saying is it's kind of a bug in the courtroom too, because this is my cases don't even have anything to do with my parents. And you're including her very, very loudly and encouraging her almost, I think. And I was notifying you that she's bugging.
Okay.
I meant
You've
more
been
like-
very clear about that.
I meant to more like she's antagonizing me because she does that sometimes, but honestly, this is just one thing and the next, Your Honor. This courtroom doesn't seem to be functioning as I have expected.
So we're gonna, we have a number of other cases we need to get to. And so I think we've done all we can do here for today on this case. Again, Mr. Swenson's going to speak with you later today, and then
Text me, Your Honor.
maybe you can
I'm
make some
done.
progress on where you
I'm
go.
done, but I'm done dancing for you, Your Honor. It's ridiculous. For the town, not just you. Excuse me.
Okay.
I'm done with this.
Okay.
I
So
will-
we're gonna mute your microphone, and then we're gonna move on to other cases. You're welcome to stay and watch if you want, or you can leave the Zoom call.
Just when is my next court day, Your Honor? Excuse me.
April 23rd
Okay, cool.
for Lacey. You have another court date in on this. Is that the Tumwater case? You have a Tumwater case with Mr. Pazderka.
I'm aware. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you know what
I
your
don't
next
know
court
who
date
I
is
have
on
no
that?
idea who that is. Mr. Schuyler is my other lawyer. I have no idea who Pazderka is.
Okay. Well, you're going to meet him on March 27th
I have no idea who that is or what that date is.
Okay.
So,
Well, he works in the same office as Mr. Schuyler. So maybe the next time you talk to Mr. Schuyler,
I
you
actually
can
don't
know
have
who
court until
Mr.
next month.
Pazdurka is.
I don't have court until next month. This was supposed to be the last hearing of the month, Your Honor. I assume.
Okay. Well, you have a court date later in March.
I don't actually. I'm going to double check with
9?
Mr. Schuyler, and I'll be there if Mr. Schuyler says otherwise. But I haven't been notified of March 27th period.
Okay.
That's just literally
What day is that again?
March 27th.
I've been told.
March 27th at 9:30 is your next court date here in district court. Then you
So
have
that
April
that was set here
23rd.
in this hearing, Your Honor. That was set here. Like
Was
just
that- No, that had been set before.
nobody was made me aware of that. What is that court hearing for?
I'm making you aware of it now.
What is the hearing for, and who is that person?
That's a
And why is it
pretrial
going on
conference
my-
with the case that originated in Tumwater.
I was not told about that date. So
Well, like I say, I'm telling you about it now.
cool. I thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's it for today. You can go and
This
mute
was an
him.
incredible waste of time.
Mr. Swenson, are you speaking with Mr. Gajosa, or is that Ms. Kamari?
Ms. Mary spoke with him.
Be with you in a minute there. We're gonna do the interpreter Kate first. This is on for confirmation.
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you just pick up and move on from that without taking 5, Judge? I couldn't do it. I could not. I'd be like, y'all, we're shutting it down for a minute. I'm walking away. The judge showed incredible patience with that guy. There's a lot of judges that guy would be sitting in contempt. Can you imagine in front of Oakley? Or, God forbid, if he did that in front of Maribel. Remember Maribel? Did you just say the cat jumped on his wiener? There's a lot of judges that, mental health condition or not, that guy would have been sitting in contempt. But the reason he's not is because the judge recognizes that it's a mental health issue. And the wheels of assistance don't turn very fast for that. There's often months and months long waiting lists to get someone the mental health services that they very desperately need. So yeah, golly, that's a hard one though. But he definitely needs help. He probably is a different person on meds, but the problem is mental health drugs work so well that eventually the people on them say, I don't need these anymore. I'm no longer crazy. And they stop taking them. If they had restored him to competency and then did the evaluation, I would be willing to wager that's exactly what happened. That he was competent long enough for the exam, but not after. Yeah. You guys are funny. I kind of agree. I believe sometimes they just need to be thrown in a cell. I don't know if that would have worked with him or not, though, because you're not dealing with someone who's just a defiant asshole. When you're dealing with a narcissistic, defiant asshole, that works. Putting them in their place works a lot. But when you're dealing with someone who's schizophrenic or manic depressive or whatever his conditions are, I have no idea what that was. Y'all were throwing up ideas in the chat. I have no clue. That is so far above my pay grade. But whatever he's suffering from, just a jail cell's not going to fix him. A padded cell might. He was asking for inpatient, but I don't know if they do inpatient anymore. I don't know. I know a lot of institutions got shut down at one point. I don't know if there even are inpatient institutions like there used to be. If they do still exist, there's far less of them than there used to be. I think it was deemed inhumane at one point. Or that might be a state by state thing. That might be, just certain places. I don't know. Again, far above my pay grade. I don't believe that. That's very valid for you to believe that, for you to think that. I don't think so. I think in his mind, he believes he's completely right. I think in his mind, he's a victim. His mother is, the Antichrist to him. And the reality is, his mom tells him no. Tells him, you can't do that, son. And that's all. That's it. That's what he can't handle. She's creating a false reality. He said that. The false reality is the society we all live in. You're the one that's not here right now, dude. Yeah. So, yes. The more complicated the case gets, then, yeah. And it can be the simplest traffic stop case, and it can turn into this. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought. That it was considered like inhumane or something, and they got most, if not all, got shut down. And he's asking for them. But they used to do a lot of not cool things in them. Not all of them. I'm sure there were some that were good, but people with mental health disorders, it was used way too often as just a way to get them out of society. Just closet them away. There was testing done on them, and it's not like they could give consent to it. They weren't competent. And they were treated very poorly in a lot of those institutions. So, but is there a middle ground? There are some people that can't function in society. So what do you do?
What's happening today, Mr. Swenson?
Sorry, is this Mr. Giosa?
Yes.
Sorry, I think Ms. Kamiri is ready on this.
Ms. Kamiri, what's happening today?
Your Honor, for Mr. Sharp.
Somebody's going to take control of the case. Mr. Sharp, what's happening?
I'll take the hot potato, Your Honor. So Mr. Giosa has got his license.
Sacado ya su licencia.
City would congratulate him for that.
La ciudad le felicita por eso.
Parties have negotiated an agreed outcome of the case.
Aunque se le
Okay.
City's moving to amend to the infraction, no valid operator license
infracción de haber manejado sin
with a fine
licencia.
of, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
$150.
So Mr. Gajosa, we're going to give you a piece of paper. You can take that to the window and set up payment arrangements. Mr. Homiak, you can be next.
Your Honor, I'm just finishing up stipulated order of continuance in Mr. Homiak's
Okay.
matter. While I'm doing this, Your Honor, if we could call Jaden Dietrich.
Call who?
Jaden Dietrich on the 9:30.
Okay, so hang on. Before we do that, I'm going to hook up Ms. Burnside. She was unable to get a hold of Ms. Kamari. Ms. Burnside, I'm sorry for being loud with you earlier. I was just startled by having someone come up, but catching me by surprise. But you did nothing wrong. Don't worry about it. But I'm sorry about that. And so do you have could you say your number again that she could call there, Ms. Kamari? Can you type this in as she calls it, Ms. Burnside? Okay, try it and see what you get. And then you can step outside and speak with Ms. Kamari. It's going straight to voicemail, Ms. Kamari. Do you want me to have her leave her a message? I'm just kidding.
I'm not sure why it's doing that, Your Honor, but if I can get her number, I can give her a call.
Yeah, what is it? You can go ahead and head outside, ma'am.
Oh, there she is.
Mr. Homiak, you've been very patient. Thank you for your patience. And if you haven't been patient, you've masked it well.
Just hope I can catch this bus in 5 minutes.
Now let's see what we can do here. Is the, you have the SOC there?
Just emailing it now, Your Honor.
What are the conditions?
No new criminal law violations. Stay away from Dollar Tree and Lacey.
What's the duration?
24 months.
Okay, so Mr. Homiak, in a few minutes, I'm going to be getting a document that tells me you and the city of Lacey are continuing this case without a finding for 2 years on the conditions that you don't have any criminal law violations and stay away from, did you say the dollar store or the Dollar Tree? Which one?
Dollar. That's a good
Tree.
question. Dollar
Thank
Tree?
you.
The one on Martin Way in northeast Lacey.
It's Dollar Tree in Lacey. How about that?
Martin.
You know which way it is on Martin Way. So if you do those two things, which are pretty minimal over the next 2 years, this will be dismissed. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you fail in any of those conditions, you'll be brought back before the court. Your guilt or innocence will be determined by a reading of the police report. So what's happening is you're giving up your right to a trial, but you're getting the opportunity to have this dismissed so long as you comply with those conditions. And you reviewed all that with Mr. Swenson?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about any of it?
No, sir.
Anything further from the city?
On the SOC, nothing further. I think we have a backup matter on an agreed stipulation. So he's just asking that we note the violation.
All right. Anything further from Mr. Swenson?
No, Your Honor. Just ratify the agreement, please.
Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Homiak, other than you really want to get out there and catch that bus?
No, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
This will be continued for 24 months on those conditions. Stay at a Dollar Tree and don't have any criminal law violations. If you want to wait, we'll give you a copy of that and then you should be able to hopefully make the bus. Does it come by at 12:15?
Something, I guess. I'm trying to catch I'm going back downtown.
All right. Well, good luck and sorry about that. Sometimes these things take longer than you think,
Yeah, that's okay.
but I know you've been here most of the morning and I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
What's that?
I said no problem. I guess thank you.
Come on up. Good luck. Let me know when that comes up. Candace knows.
Judge needs.
Okay,
a
so
second.
while we're waiting for Ms. Kamiri to come back, we can do no shows. Mr.
I have
Sharp,
one.
you could come.
I have one 3-4 matter to call, Your Honor.
Sure.
Jaden Dietrich on the 9:30. And I spoke with Mr. Dietrich earlier this morning. He's appearing through counsel now. We're just moving for a continuance. I filed an updated speedy trial waiver with new commencement of today, expiration June 10th. The continuance is for further investigation, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp,
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
strike the trial dates, reset. We'll set pretrial in about a month. So all his information and contact information still the same as far as you know?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Burnside.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor, on Dietrich,
Again,
are we setting a date or mailing a date?
we'll set a court. Yeah, I guess I could tell you, but
I can text.
less important since he wasn't here, but, okay. April 23rd will be the pre-trial, then the trial date will get set.
Thank you. I'll text him.
Ms. Burnside is here on a confirmation, but it said speedy trial to start today, restart today. So Ms. Kamari, where are we at with Ms. Burnside's?
Your Honor, we're filing a motion to continue. And within that, the filed motion to continue, we did include a speedy trial waiver.
No objection, Your Honor.
We're going to give you another court date here in just a minute here, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Once you get that, then you're free to go.
Thank you.
April 30th at 10 a.m. We'll give you a copy of that
Okay, thank you.
and you can come on up.
Okay.
And again, sorry about that. I get it. You just startled me on that. And I'm always leery of people approaching the bench when I'm not expecting it. And that's all that was about. But it looked like I upset you a little bit and I'm sorry about that too.
Thank you. I was.
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
I woke up late, I shoved my head in the water and come under.
No, you're fine. Looks like you have well, as long as you're here, you have a warrant you need to take care of. Are you aware of that? On Federal Way?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. We'll see you back here on that date. Yes. It looks like, again, I didn't mean to panic you again, but yes, you do have a warrant out of Federal Way. All right. Well, contact that court. Let's see when it went out. It's fairly recent. Actually, it just went out on March 11th.
But that case was done. Okay,
Yeah,
I don't understand.
you were there on January 29th.
And I thought the case was through. I was put on probation and that was it.
Oh, I think that it's a new law violation. I don't know. You need to contact the court and figure it out. All right. That's it. You may go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
That judge's whole docket was nuts. I don't envy him for that day. I have another docket. It's a long one. So it's one, we're going to play it. And I didn't have to remove too many cases. I only removed 1 hour out of the 3 hours of the docket. So when I cut it down and cut all the non-interesting stuff out, sorry, I just I could hear him. I could hear him getting in his box up there. Yeah. So when I cut all the uninteresting stuff out, it cut 1 hour out of the docket. And that's unusual for there to be that many things that are just crazy. So it's a Schaefer's docket and it's a sentencing docket. And you want to talk crazy old man or cranky old man? I don't know. He dropped some much needed hard hitting truth bombs. And I think sentencing dockets are probably my favorites to watch for that reason. So let me get that going.
Ms. Ainge, what are you here for today?
I'm here from the Attorney General's office on the felony non-support AOI for Defendant William Hurst.
All right, well, I guess, did we, Mr. Servers come back up, but do we have Hurst present?
He's in the jail, Your Honor.
What are we doing today with the case?
He's going to enter a
My
plea.
understanding, Mr. Hurst is going to enter a plea.
Okay. So we're retrieving him apparently from holding.
Thank you.
I'm right here, Ms. Sir.
All right, so we have Mr. Hurst with us, then who wants to place the offer on the record?
Counsel, go ahead.
Bear with me. I'm trying to find the email from Ms. Hunter.
Judge, I'll go ahead in that
Go
event.
ahead.
It's my understanding the defendant is going to be entering a plea of guilty as charged to count 1. In exchange for that plea, we will be happy to dismiss the habitual offender's second notice. It's my further understanding the defendant is going to come forward with $3,000 by the time of sentencing to pay that toward the friend of court account. Once that amount posts to the account, we are happy to recommend no further upfront jail time. Judge, it's my further understanding that since this is an extradition from the state of Florida, the defendant is requesting to return to Florida. We cannot agree with that or recommend it to the court unless and until he submits a letter of confirmation of employment in the state of Florida and agrees to have an income withholding notice immediately entered. The arrears in this matter as of March 12th, 2024 are $38,920.89. And it's my further understanding that the victim in this matter is requesting a continuing no contact order. Is all that full and complete, counsel?
That is accurate.
Wow.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hurst, is that your understanding of the agreement that you have?
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand and I'll have you sworn. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Mr. Hurst, the charge in count 1 here of this information is failing to pay child support. That is a 4-year felony and or a $2,000 fine. You understand the nature of that charge and the possible penalty?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you go forward with your plea, you won't have a trial of any kind? Is that what you want to do, is waive your right to have that trial?
Yes, sir.
All right, waiving your right to have a trial means you'll waive all the rights that come along with a trial. I'll describe those for you now. It means you're waiving the right to be presumed innocent. It means you're waiving the right to confront any witnesses called against you or to call your own witnesses. It means you are waiving the right to testify at a trial or not to say anything, and the trier of fact couldn't use that against you. And it also means that you're waiving the right to have the assistance of an attorney at trial. Mr. Strawbridge can stay on with you throughout a trial if that's what you wanted to do. Mr. Hurst, are you waiving all of those rights that would come with a trial?
Yes, sir.
All right. 2 more things you'll be waiving that we should talk about. The first one is this: by waiving your right to have a trial, it means you're also going to waive the right to claim at a later date and time that it was not your choice to enter a plea this morning. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. In other words, you can't come back later and say, hey, on the, what is the date today? On the 14th of March, it was my bunkie in the jail's idea that I should enter a plea, or it was my attorney's idea. It's your idea, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're also going to waive the right to come back at a later date and time and claim that there were other promises or threats or inducements to you, except for those we've already put on the record here this morning. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Hurst, even with this plea, you'll have a form of appellate review available to you. That's called leave to appeal. And with that, you could hire an attorney. You cannot afford one. You could request one from the court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about anything so far?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the charge. How do you plead the charge of failing to pay child support?
Guilty.
The information says this occurred on or about the dates of October 1st of 2014 through June 1st of 2019 in the village of Stanton, county of Montcalm. Is that the correct date and location, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me in your own words what you did to be guilty of this crime?
Not pay child support.
All right. Would you agree that there was a support order generated through the Montcalm County front of the court and or the circuit court that required you to make support payments?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that did not occur as ordered through the years of 2014 and 2019?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Ainge, anything else on the facts from the people?
No, Judge, except to say that the circuit court file number for that underlying support order is 079599DP.
Okay, and Mr. Strawbridge, anything on the facts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hurst, back to you. Other than what we've talked about here this morning, again, has anybody else promised you or threatened you or done anything to you to get you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
All right, and other than what we've discussed here this morning, has anyone else said anything to you about what your sentence will be as a result of entering this plea?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Ainge, are you aware of any other promises or threats to the defendant?
No, Judge, thank you.
How about you, Mr. Strobridge?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and then Ms. Ainge, do you believe the court's complied with the court rule for taking the plea?
I do, Judge, thank you.
And Mr. Strobridge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hursa, back to you. Again, do you have any questions about anything now that we've almost completed this process?
No, sir.
All right, do you want the court to accept your plea to failing to pay child support?
Yes, sir.
I will accept your plea. You have offered your plea freely, accurately, and voluntarily. So I'm going to need a pre-sentence report before sentencing. That means somebody from probation will be over to begin that process. Once that's completed, Mr. Strobridge will get a copy of the report. He'll have a chance to go over it with you prior to sentencing. Prior to sentencing means probably a day or two before sentencing, maybe the morning of the sentencing. I don't know, but you'll check it for accuracy with him, and the whole thing will take place probably in about 4 weeks. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, Ms. Ainge, thank you. Even while mobile, you were more prepared than a lot of attorneys that are in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too.
We have Ms. Switkovitz, please.
Hi, Your Honor.
38,000.
Well, I was gonna say that, but you know. Yeah.
Got our next matter for the court is People versus Destiny Linda Switkovitz. It is file 23S30099FC. Ms. Switkovitz appears by video from the Montcalm County Jail. Her attorney, Mr. Scazzari, is present in the courtroom. Today is the time and date set for sentencing.
All right, counsel, have you had an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and the sentencing information with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Additions, corrections, or deletion?
I have no additions, corrections, or deletions at this time, Your Honor.
So you believe we have accurate information on which to base sentencing?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Belay, what do you have on behalf of a victim or the people?
Your Honor, I believe you received Mr. Stone's letter, is that correct?
I did.
And he is not, we do not expect him to be here today, and I haven't seen him yet today. So we would ask the court follow the agreement here. As I indicated at the time of plea, I did talk with Mr. Stone prior to offering the plea agreement in this manner, which certainly could have been much more substantial, but he was agreeable to this. And I believe that the recommendation is in accord with our agreement. I'd ask you to follow it.
All right. What do you want to say on behalf of your client?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. This matter was negotiated to a no contest plea based on the facts and circumstances, Your Honor. I would note for the court that my client's criminal history is sparse. She only has 2 prior misdemeanors. This is her first felony, Your Honor. We would simply ask the court to follow the agreement as put on the record.
All right. Ms. Switkovitz, is there anything that you want to say to the court before sentence is imposed?
No, sir.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to file the agreement. I think an argument could be made that the reduction, the sentence agreement is not enough. You can clearly gather from just what the court has, which is a transcript, a PSI. Court doesn't have the benefit of police reports, that you really butchered Mr. Stone. And I can't think of a better way to put it. And I'm also disturbed with that kind of behavior, that your description says that, well, you stick with this theme of protecting your kids. And I don't buy that at all, but you don't think that prison is appropriate for protecting because you need to protect your children and advise you'd already done a lot of time. That's another way of saying that you're not responsible for anything, which is fine if you buy that and that you've got an agreement, and I'm going to follow it. But I think it's worth noting that this whole idea of protecting your children just rings hollow when I read about the facts and circumstances here. You have 2 very young children there. Apparently you have 2 older children. These are described as toddlers, I thought. And you are on, I lost track, how many drugs you were on that day, how many drugs Mr. Stone was on that day. And I'm going to hope it's because of the drug use when we talk about protecting our children, here's a man that you moved into your house after having met him just a week or two earlier, openly having sex with him in your house, even though we're worried about protecting our children, having sex with him involved with all kinds of drugs. So we're just introducing strangers to our children and then claiming at the same time we've got to protect our children. That really doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all. Maybe some of that's just moral arguments, but at the end of the day, when you live that sort of lifestyle, then you probably shouldn't wonder how you end up in situations like this, which is going to be a prison sentence, even though you don't agree with it. Ma'am, I'm required and I will impose $68 in state costs. I'm required and I will impose $130 crime victim rights assessment. And I just want to note that, oh, there it is. It's on one. There's also a $60 DNA testing fee. There's a fine of $500, court costs of $550. And pursuant to your agreement, court's going to impose a minimum prison sentence of 19 months with the Michigan Department of Corrections to a statutory max of 10 years. You will receive credit for 363 days that you have previously served. Ma'am, you do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence, and if you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. If you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, you have a broader window of 42 days. So 21 and 42. Anything else from either side?
Nothing wrong.
I think she should, did that form come over there for her to sign, that her appeals right?
It did, it's right here. Yeah, date and initial there.
All right, first case is, can we have Daniels at the jail, please? Is he in jail?
Daniels.
I'm waiting still.
Case Judge People versus Stephen Daniels, 23K 29957. He appears from the jail. Mr. Carr is here. This is an arraignment on probation violation. This is a Judge Krieger case, so we're going to ask that you set it for next Thursday. Arraign him today, but set it for next Thursday for a status conference with Judge Krieger at 8 a.m.
Are you Stephen Daniels?
I am, Judge.
The information I have in front of me says you violated the terms of your supervision on or about March 11th of this year when you were unsuccessfully discharged from the Alternative Directions Program. If that's proven or you otherwise admit the same, you could be resentenced on the underlying charge of fleeing and eluding a police officer in the 4th degree, maximum of 2 years.
Yeah, yes.
So the maximum penalty of up to 2 years. You understand the nature of why you're here and then the maximum penalty associated with the underlying supervision?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then Mr. Carr, your client's wishes.
I'd like the court to enter a not guilty plea on Mr. Daniels' behalf. This is a Judge Krieger case. Mr. Daniels, I'll be over to speak with you in more detail about this. This is an arraignment.
Okay.
This judge, we're gonna enter a not guilty plea and set it on for next week with with Judge Krieger.
Okay.
Continue. It looks like it's set at 100,000.
All right, so it does appear the bond was set at 100,000 yesterday. All right, Mr. Carr, what's your position?
Your Honor, that's obviously an unrealistic bond for my client to be able to make. But I understand the prosecutor's position. We're here on a probation violation. I'd ask that it just be reduced to $20,000 and 10%.
All right, so our next date is 21st. So Mr. Daniels, even if you do bond out, you need to be back at the circuit court here with Judge Krieger at 8 a.m. on the 21st.
Yeah, I won't be able to bond out, Judge.
All right. Well, bond is going to remain at 100,000 cash or surety. The purpose of bond is twofold: to protect the public and to assure your appearance. The allegation is that you left alternative directions. In other words, you left the address.
I did not leave. I was arrested by the King County Police Department.
Sir, just hang on. We've entered a not guilty plea. I don't want you to say something that could probably or potentially hurt you in the future. However, the allegation is that you left alternative directions. And then that would certainly reflect on whether you're a good risk to return to court. You obviously could bring up this issue of bond again with Judge Krieger in just a week, but bond will remain as is. Anything else from either side?
No, thank you.
All right.
I'm ready. I'm Mr. Lee.
And what are we doing on Lee? This is file number 24S30977. He also is, are they all out of breakout rooms, Judge? Mr. Lee?
No, he's right there.
Okay.
Mr. Lee's right there.
I'm
ready to get this out of the way so I can go back to my cell.
Okay. So what are we doing on Lee?
Your Honor, my client's requesting he be appointed another attorney. He doesn't agree with my legal opinions and where he stands with the case. I've instructed Mr. Lee that he needs to write a letter to the public defender director. He's going to write that letter, send it to my office, and I will forward that on to Mr. Nave. Mr. Nave will make the ultimate determination if he's going to appoint him another attorney.
Ms. Krause? Yeah, why don't we put it out 2 weeks? I'd like to keep it moving. Mr. Lee, we'll see what the public defender's office wants to do about your request. I guess that'll be up for them to determine, and then we'll go from there.
There will be a status conference on March 28th at 8 a.m.
March 28th?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lee, get that letter to me as soon as possible so I can get it to the public defender director.
Yeah.
I have such a hard time believing that that guy wasn't getting along with an attorney that wouldn't let him run the show. I can't believe it. I'm shocked. Shocked face.
Mr. Evans, hop up, just stand up to the podium if you would.
This is, are you ready? This is Mr. Evans. This is People versus Anthony Evans, 24S31095. He appears in court. Mr. Norton again is on video. My understanding, he wants a month adjournment to April 11th for a status, although we have to arraign him today, don't we?
Yeah, we can arraign him. Your Honor, just so the court's aware, Ms. Krause wasn't available at the probable cause conference because she had prior commitments, and I haven't had a chance to sit down with Ms. Krause, and I want to have that opportunity. Offer was made, but I wanted to further negotiate with Ms. Krause.
So we need to arraign him and then status conference on April 11th at 8 a.m.
That's fine.
Are you Anthony Evans?
Yes, sir.
The charge of count one is fleeing an officer in the 4th degree. That's a 2-year felony and a $500 fine. The Secretary of State shall suspend your license for 1 year. Count two is assaulting or resisting a police officer. That's a 2-year felony and or a $2,000 fine. Consecutive sentence can be imposed if the assault was committed in a place of confinement or for another violation arising from the same transaction. So most likely, I don't know anything about this case, but I'm guessing that count one is the same transaction. So that could run consecutive. Finally, there's a habitual offender notice here. Second, that means the penalties that I've read to you are 1 1/2 times the maximum sentence on the primary offense or a lesser term, and the maximum penalty cannot be more or cannot be less than the maximum term for a first conviction. And that's a long way of saying now, as a result of that HOA2, count one and count two could be up to 3 years rather than 2 years. You understand the nature of those charges?
Yes, I do.
You understand the maximum penalty associated with those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your client's wishes, Mr. Norton?
He's going to stay on mute and would ask for that status conference on April 11th.
So we'll enter a not guilty plea on his behalf and schedule that for the 11th.
As I've said before, with similar circumstances, you played yourself, fool.
Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
I just want to confirm here, I'm looking at the bond conditions. You're doing the drug testing, is that right, Mr. Evans?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You also want some sort of electronic monitoring?
No.
Box was checked there, that's why So I got a box here that's checked that says before jail release. Electronic monitoring for alcohol, remote, PBT, GPS, tether. So those other two boxes were not checked. But the first one was. Is anybody there at the arena that would know what this is a magistrate intended there? It looks like to me intended that he be on a remote monitoring system. Was there some indication in these facts that the drugs or alcohol were part of it?
There's none that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, he fled, so we didn't get him right away.
Oh, he was not stopped.
Well, he stopped, but then he fled.
On foot.
No, in his car.
Meaning he did not get arrested the same day that he
He
fled.
didn't get arrested, but yeah, correct. Yeah, so I don't know. So it might not be a bad idea, but apparently he's doing drug testing, I guess.
Yeah, he's been out on bond, Your Honor. There hasn't been any issues, so I would ask that we leave it as he is, the status quo with this.
Well, I'm not suggesting there's been issues. As I look at these and I try to look at them, there's a box check that says before jail release, OCC electronic monitoring. But then the boxes within that same line are not checked. And so it's.
I could ask community corrections what's going on there. If you want me to.
Yeah, I mean,
So if you want Mr. Evans to stick around then for a minute.
yeah, why don't we do
Get
that?
the answer pretty quick.
Yeah, thank you.
Just have a
All right, you can just have a seat.
Yes, Your Honor.
The next matter before the court is People versus Caitlin Suzanne Freitas. It is file 24 dash, excuse me, that's not the right number, it is 24. Yeah. I don't know why we don't have any number.
I got 24S31105 FH.
Okay, well, that's more than I have, so you've got the number, so she's here, I'm handing a copy of the film and the information. Prosecutor's request for discovery to Mrs. Shear. My understanding is that we're going to resolve this matter by a plea. Judge, the agreement here is that she's going to plead, I think it's to count 3 and 4, is that correct?
Yes.
She's going to plead, enter a plea to 3 and 4, and that would be under delay. Judge, she's going to pay. We're agreeing that her bond would be posted a $5,000 cash bond, that bond, the $4,500 that is remaining, will be released immediately to the victim. That if she pays the remaining $10,500 over 9 months in equal installments, that at the end of that 9 months paid, the matter will be dismissed. Completely, the victims are on board with that. And this will allow us to get, if she doesn't, however, as I've indicated, and her counsel certainly knows, those convictions would stand and we pursue the sentencing.
All right, is that all correct?
That is correct. It's my understanding as well, Mr. Blake, if she was able to pay it off prior to the 9 months, we could entertain a dismissal prior to that.
Absolutely right.
Yes.
All right, you're Caitlin, how do I pronounce your last name?
Freitas.
Freitas. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, clerk's gonna have you sworn, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
All right, Ms. Freitas, the charge in count 3 is larceny by conversion, 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000. It's a 5-year felony and or a $10,000 fine, or 3 times the value of this property stolen, whichever is greater. Count 4 is larceny by conversion, 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000. The same penalty is a felony, 5 years and or a $10,000 fine, or 3 times the value of the property stolen, whichever is greater. Do you understand the nature of those 2 charges
Yes.
and the maximum penalties?
Yes.
Do you understand if you go forward with this plea, you will not have a trial of any kind? So is that what you want to do, is waive your right to have a trial?
Yes.
Waiving your right to have a trial means you're going to waive all the rights that would come along with a trial, and those rights are found on this advice rights form. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yep.
Okay, did you have a chance to read this form over?
Yes.
All right. Having read it over, did you have any questions about it?
No.
All right, with no questions, does that mean that you believe you understand these rights?
Yes.
Understanding them, or are you waiving them in order to take advantage of the agreement that was placed on the record? So understanding these rights, are you waiving them in order to take advantage of the agreement that the attorneys just placed on the record? Okay. 2 other things that you'll be waiving by waiving your right to have a trial. First one is this: you're going to waive the right to claim at a later date and time that there were other promises or threats or inducements to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're also going to waive a more fundamental right, which is the right to say that it was not my choice to enter a plea on March 14th. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Even with these pleas, there would be a form of appellate review available to you. That's called leave to appeal. And with that, you could hire an attorney. If you could not afford one, you could request one from the court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions about anything we've covered so far?
No.
All right. Let's talk about the charges then. How do you plead to count 3, larceny by conversion, 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000?
Guilty.
And how do you plead to count 4, larceny by conversion, 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000?
Guilty.
The information says these crimes occurred on or about March 20th of 2023 in the city of Greenville, County of Montcalm. Is that the correct date and location?
Yes.
So on that date and location, can you tell me in your own words what you did to be guilty of these crimes?
I took a customer's deposit and used it for personal funds,
And used it for what?
personal use,
Okay.
and they didn't get what the reservation of a house that they had put the deposit for.
All right. So I assume at this time you were employed by some entity or a person?
I owned a business with 2 other business partners, KBL Properties.
Okay. And then is it accurate then that you didn't have the permission of either the business or business partners to then usurp this money that was used or going to be used for a business purpose?
Yes.
Anything else on the facts?
No, I'm okay.
How about you, Ms.
No.
Okay.
Oh, actually, Your Honor, I think it's got to be over $1,000.
That's true. We got to get to that. So was the value of the purchase, if you will, more than 1,000 but less than 20,000?
Yes.
Okay. And did both of those counts involve individuals by the name of Thorland?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so just help me out so we can clear it up, because they have 2 different counts for this. They involve the same individuals. Did they, I don't know your business, try to book with you twice or 2 different places? How did that?
They just gave 2 different deposits for the one reservation.
All right. And so both of those deposits you secreted for your own personal use.
Yes.
All right. Anything else on the facts from either side?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, Ms. Friedis, back to you. Other than what we have discussed here this morning on the record, has anybody else promised you or threatened you or done anything to you to get you to enter these pleas?
No.
Other than what's been placed on the record this morning, has anyone, somebody besides Ms. Shear, said anything to you about what your sentence will be as a result of entering these pleas?
No.
Mr. Blay, you aware of any other promises, threats, or inducements?
I'm not.
How about you, Ms. Shear?
No, the only thing I think we neglected to mention is the first payment would be expected on or before April 15th and then on or before the 15th of each month thereafter.
For 9 months.
Okay.
Nothing other than that, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, then you believe we comply with both taking the plea?
I do.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Frias, do you want the court to accept your pleas here to counts 3 and 4, larceny by conversion, 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000?
Yes.
I will accept your pleas. You did offer your pleas freely, accurately, and voluntarily. So I'm gonna need a pre-sentence report before sentencing, and that means before you leave the courthouse.
Are we just gonna delay it? It's gonna delay.
That's true. You wanna wait then?
And should we schedule something in 9 months to review?
Yeah, that makes sense.
First date after.
All right, so we'll put this out for 9 months. And then probation will track that for us and we'll get it back on. Unless you'd rather have the attorneys track.
We'll put a notice in our file.
Okay.
That first one after the 9 months after the 15th. So on.
And then we'll get back in for a date.
Correct, and if not, we'll submit the dismissal by that.
All right.
The only other thing, Judge, is we are asking that the bond she has a cash bond, we'd ask that be, so a cash bond be changed to a personal recognizance bond now that she's entered a plea, and that the proceeds from that bond be issued to the victims in this matter.
And Ms. Shear, that's part of the agreement, correct?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't folks prepare an order, run it by Ms. Shear, and the court will sign.
Thank you.
All right. So then I guess nobody needs to see you before you leave the courthouse today. You're all set, and assuming you follow up with your end of this bargain, then everything should be fine.
Thank you,
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you.
Your Honor, the next matter before the court is People versus April Sue Geldersma. It is filed 23K 306 69FH. Ms. Gelderman appeared by video from the Montcalm County Jail. Her attorney, Mr. Carr, who is that going to be, are you representing?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Carr is present in court. Today is a probation violation arraignment, Your Honor.
You're April Geldersma?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're being supervised for the underlying charge of possession of methamphetamine that has a maximum penalty of up to 10 years. And count one says you violated the terms of your supervision on or about March 12th of this year when you were found in a vehicle with Brian Wireman, a known felon and parole absconder. I see so many names and faces that I can't keep them track, but even I'm familiar with Brian Wireman as a known felon. Count two says you violated the terms of your supervision on or about March 12th of 2024 and that you possess methamphetamine and drug paraphernalia inside your vehicle. Count three says you violated the terms of your supervision on or about March 13th of 2024 when you tested positive for methamphetamine. Last one. Says you violated the terms of your supervision on or about March 12th of this year when you violated any criminal law of any unit of government, specifically by possessing that methamphetamine. All right. Ma'am, do you understand the nature of those 4 counts? In other words, why you're here today?
I thought I was here on chapter 30 for probation because I didn't know that Brian was on parole or he was running. I met him a week ago.
Ma'am, hang on. I've got Mr. Carr here to represent you. I don't want you to say something that could be used against you later. All I'm asking is do you understand the nature of the probation violations? Not whether you agree with them, just do you understand what they're alleging you did, which is contrary to the terms of your supervision?
I understand that. That's a good thing.
All right, hold on. Just let me talk to your attorney for a second. So then, Mr. Carr, what's your client's wishes?
I would ask that the court enter a not guilty plea on her behalf. Ms. Geldersma, I will be over to the jail to talk to you in detail about this. This is a Judge Krieger case. It'll be set on for next Thursday, I believe, at 8 o'clock, 1 week from today.
21st.
We will have an opportunity to discuss everything in full detail before ask you to enter into any kind of plea or there's any kind of disposition in this matter.
So I'll set this on for a status conference. So that'll be on the 21st. And then the only thing we need to address is bond. Mr. Moore, Mr. Valet, what do you think?
My understanding is it's going to be pending new charges, I think at least $50,000.
Are those in this county then? Somewhere else?
I
In this
assume they're gonna
county?
come to us. Yeah, we just haven't seen.
All right, Mr. Carr.
Although it seems kind of ironic, I think it does go to the fact that I don't think my client's a flight risk. I think she was apprehended in the parking lot of the courthouse. So she was on her way here to report to probation. I believe, I think that goes to the fact that she would make herself available to the court when she's instructed.
I don't know that she'll, I saw her getting arrested in the parking lot. I don't have any doubt that. I think it's the other parts of which I'm concerned for the community, especially given she has been on probation for a very long time and with allegations of drug use and I can't imagine that that's gonna help her out.
Yeah, not to mention, I'd be curious to see how she arrived that day. Was Mr. Wireman driving or somebody else? Because we've certainly,
Wireman was driving, he got charged with several other charges.
yeah, we certainly see enough in the 8th Circuit, 2 counties, with felons that are driving under the influence of methamphetamine and then unfortunately seriously injuring and killing folks, which actually goes to one of the prongs of bond, which is protection of the public, and then her appearance. So maybe she is likely to appear. I haven't heard anything that says she wouldn't, even if she's appearing with her drugs and her felons, but certainly impacts the safety of the community. I'm gonna set bond at 100,000 cash or surety, and then you can certainly take that up with Judge Krieger next week. All right, that'll conclude the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next matter will be People versus Gaylord Troxel. It is
Yeah, she got herself arrested in the parking lot of the courthouse. That's some serious mess up right there. and they the judge said he watched it. Whoops.
File 23S30317FH. Your Honor, this is listed as a probation violation. My understanding from Mr. Carr is that Mr. Troxel is going to enter a plea.
Okay, then, Mr. Troxel, if you raise your right hand, we'll get you sworn.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Troxel, you're being supervised for the underlying charge of fraudulent use of a building contract fund. A maximum penalty of, no idea.
So many times, and I can't.
Let's get DOC muted there. Maximum penalty of 3 years, it looks like. All right, and it's alleged that you have violated the terms of your supervision and you want to enter a plea today. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have him sworn?
I did, Judge.
All right. So do you understand the maximum sentence is up to 3 years on the underlying offense?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then do you understand that you're entitled to have a hearing? Are you waiving your right to have that hearing? All right, waiving your right to have a hearing means you waive all the rights that come with that hearing. I have to describe those for you. It means you're waiving the right to be presumed innocent or to confront any witnesses called against you or to call your own witnesses. It means you're waiving the right to testify at a hearing of that nature or not to say anything in the court and use that against you. Also means you're waiving the right to have the assistance of an attorney at a hearing. Mr. Carr could be with you through the hearing if you wanted to do that. Are you waiving all those rights that will come with a hearing? Has anybody promised you or threatened you or done anything else to you to get you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Other than conversations with Mr. Carr or even your supervising agent or other agents of the Department of Corrections, has anybody said anything to you about what your sentence will be as a result of entering this plea?
No.
Okay, certainly there's been some recommendations, I bet, that either probation or your attorney shared with you and their thoughts about that. But you understand that if you go forward with a plea, those are not binding on the court. And if you go forward with a plea, I'm going to be free to sentence you as I see fit. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that change anything for you about wanting to go forward with a plea?
No, sir.
All right, then let's talk about the current probation charges. How do you plead to the charge of failing to pay restitution? Specifically, hang on, specifically it says that you needed to make a $300 payment by March 1st of 2024, and it appears you failed to do that. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
All right, in your own words, tell me what happened. That probably sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't make the payment, but what happened? You didn't make the payments.
I just didn't make payment because of work, so.
What do you mean because of work?
I just didn't have it. Now I've got work again. I'm back. Summer's here, spring's coming. Things are working out again.
He's a contractor, Your Honor, and the nature of the charge left him in a situation where he had kind of a difficult reputation to overcome. The jobs that he was lining up and working on, just fell through, didn't pan out. But his employer, a gentleman that he is working with, is here in present in court today, came in support of Mr. Troxel. And Mr. Troxel has instructed me that he's able to begin paying $400 a month and the recommendation was for a strict, let's get on a strict monthly payment program. I suggested to Mr. Troxel and the probation department that maybe if we set that at a more realistic $250 a month, if he had an excess, he could pay the excess.
All right, well, let's get to that in a second. So
Yeah, if you steal from your clients, then you're going to have a hard time getting new clients. Kind of the same thing with that Fritas girl who stole the 2 deposits from a paying customer. I'm sure that really hurt the business to do that. Where do these people get off thinking that that's okay? Or that they won't get caught?
I do find a factual basis for the probation violation. I'll accept your plea. Mr. Troxel, do you want the court to accept your plea? Yes. All right. I will accept your plea. You have offered it freely, accurately, and voluntarily. I think we can proceed to sentencing. And then who's the supervising agent?
That's me.
All right, Mr. Moore, and then Mr. Belay. Anything?
What do you recommend?
So my recommendation, Your Honor, is that Mr. Troxel be placed on scram. As you can see in the report, I've gotten a lot of reports of Mr. Troxel being in local bars and drinking, casinos, things like that. So my recommendation would be placed on scram and then a strict monthly payment plan that he'd have to keep up with.
Okay. Mr. Blaine, anything to add to that?
We agree with that. We just want to get him paid. He owes a lot of restitution.
All right, and then Mr. Carr.
Your Honor, with all due respect to the probation department, I don't think there is even an assertion that there's any evidence that he consumed alcohol. But in that just isn't really the nature of the underlying charge or even this violation that he's pleading guilty to. So I would ask that you set the strict payment plan, that if that's the crux of the matter, getting the victims paid restitution, he's got his employer here with him here today. He's going to pay some money today or tomorrow. By 4 o'clock tomorrow, he can pay $150 or $250, and then $250 a month thereafter. If he fails to make that, we'd be right back here for another probation violation.
Well, I agree with all that, but we've been on supervision for some time now and he hasn't done anything. And I find that hard to believe. So I guess I'd like some information about when's he really going to start working? Is that full time? Is that contingent on anything like weather or things of that nature? Because I just don't buy that. I can't find work. And all of a sudden, especially when we're talking about contracting, even though we've had some crazy nice weather, I just don't buy the idea that I can't work. And all of a sudden, while it's still mid-March, I can work. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Either you should have been working all along,
granted,
or there's something else going on.
I understand that, and he's entered a guilty plea to not paying his restitution as ordered. He just failed to do that.
Right, but I'm trying to get to an appropriate sentence. So is he working and is it full time?
And his employer is here with him to give us some more information. I don't know that, and my client can testify to that. Go ahead.
Are you working?
Yes, sir. I am working now.
When did you start?
About a month ago, maybe a little longer than that. No, probably 2 months ago. I started getting work. I had small jobs. Okay, I'll put it this way. I had small jobs to try to pay my bills. Now I'm back to the point where I'm getting back to where I can start paying everything.
A month ago would mean that you were working when you're seen on a photograph in the casino.
Because I went out and picked somebody up, which I shouldn't have did.
Well, that's assuming that we buy your version of that. So if you've been working for a month, why haven't you made any payments?
Because I'm trying to get caught up. I was losing my truck. I was losing my house. I was losing everything. I went 3 months without anything.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you've been at the casino and you've been drinking.
No, I haven't been drinking, Your Honor.
Okay. So is this full-time employment now?
I literally had a ride up there to pick somebody up and brought them back.
So let me see. What's the name of your boss?
What's that?
What's the name of your boss? He's with you today?
It's a guy I'm doing work for right now.
Brad Brewer. Brad Brewer, Your Honor.
I really liked that. So you've been at the casino and drinking? No, I haven't been drinking, Your Honor. So you've been at the casino? You basically just admitted it. And if you owe your clients restitution, the casino is the last place you need to be. Because they don't get bigger because they're giving money away.
Mr. Brewer, is he working full-time?
Yes, there is.
All right, and is there any issues with weather that would prohibit him from working full-time as we go forward?
Yes, sir.
All right, how many days a week and how many hours a week is he working for you?
5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
8 hours a day, and what's his rate of pay?
15 an hour.
So he works Monday through Friday? So he can leave here today with you and then get to work?
Yes. We have a house we're finishing siding right now. I have another house that we're going to have on the market by, I'm hoping May 1st, and I have a piece of property downtown Coral to purchase it, and we're gonna hopefully put it like a Tractor Supply. And he's gonna be part of that.
Okay. Does he have any help? Are there guys that you're working with as far as transportation to and from work, that kind of stuff?
Right now, it's just him and I. We're gonna bring some more guys in later. I do have a tire store I bought a building in October, and I had Bill, come and help me on a lot of the projects there to get it remodeled. We put new steel in the windows, heat. I mean, this thing was just shell. And it is right across the street from the Coral Bar. His truck was parked in front of the new building. And he came there multiple times and said people were calling saying he was at the Coral Bar because they're right across the street from there. But he was not. He was in the building working.
Okay, so Mr. Troxel, here's the deal. I'm gonna impose a sentence. I'm not gonna stand in the way of working, all right? I just don't buy when I read a report like this that you haven't been at the casino, that you haven't been drinking. Certainly, maybe there's some misunderstanding about if you're working and your truck could be close to the bar, that kind of stuff. But an agent doesn't get these kinds of calls and the frequency with which they're made if there's not some truth to it. All right. We don't have to ferret all that out today. I just want you to know that I don't buy it. And at the end of the day, why that matters is because I don't, let me say this without saying something that doesn't get me in trouble. Drinking, marijuana, things like that are and can be classified as luxuries in life. Who doesn't like a drink at the end of a hard day, all right? Maybe it's not the best idea for some people, maybe a lot of people, but the point is when you have victimized somebody by taking a ton of their money, you don't have and you cannot afford those luxuries because rightfully so, the money you would spend on luxuries ought to be going to those victims that you have ripped off. All right. And that's the way I view it. The other thing, you look like a healthy guy that probably could work 2 or 3 jobs. So this whole thing all winter, I can't find work is just BS. And there's no other way to put it. You might not be finding work in your chosen profession, what you would prefer to be doing, but all winter you certainly could have. I could have sent you down to Matport and Ionia and had you hired in a day, making more money than you're making doing this. They start at $17 an hour. And if you just show a little inkling, I mean, the floor is so low there. They're just trying to find employers, right? So just showing up and being mummified in a factory like that means you're ahead of the game and you're probably going to find yourself in a supervisor position in just a few months. And now you're making far more than $17 an hour. So there appears to me to be a lack of motivation on your part in order to make your victims whole. And listen, to be fair, that's normal. If we give you the path of least resistance, most people are going to take that. I understand that, okay? But you don't get the luxury of having the path of least resistance. You don't get the luxury of ignoring all this and say, well, I'm back to work now. I brought my boss and I'm going to work full time. That's what you were supposed to be doing all along. So I don't find that compelling. What I would find compelling is you work for him 40 hours a week and then you find something else to do on the weekend, earning more money so that you can pay these victims. I'm going to continue your supervision. I'm going to extend it by 6 months. We'll give you more time to pay these victims. And if we have problems with payments, then we'll extend it more. I'm going to place you on a scram unit for 90 days. You'll be responsible for the cost of that. And then assuming we have no problems there, that'll end in 90 days. All right. And that's not going to stand in the way of your working. I'm going to reassess then, or I'm going to just let you know that all the probation orders remain in effect. You're going to continue on supervision, and those are that you maintain employment. And I can't believe that we've gone this long without you being employed. It's ridiculous. And then to impress upon you that you need to take your responsibility serious, you're going to do 2 weekends in jail. I'm not going to interfere with your job. You can report to the jail at 6 o'clock on Friday, this weekend and next weekend. And you can be released at 6 o'clock on Sunday evening and be to work with him first thing Monday morning. And I hope you use that time in the jail to figure out that the court is serious about making the victims whole. Once you've made them whole and you're off supervision, drink all you want, all right? Just do it in a manner that doesn't violate the law. Smoke all the marijuana you want, whatever you want to do to just, not make your life any better than it is. But I hope that you're thinking about what can I do to make these victims whole? Because a guy like you that's still healthy There's no reason you can't work for him and find something else to do on the weekend. You could have 2 or 3 jobs and knock this out. Get supervision, get probation off your back. If that's what you'd like, you have the opportunity to do that. All right. So 2 weekends in jail, report Friday at 6. You can be released Sunday at 6.
Judge, can you guess what his total jail is for the case?
Nick, do you know that?
He has 3 days credit,
Okay.
but I'm imposing the 2 weekends and then I'm not giving him any credit for his 3 days. He'll have a total credit then of what, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So he'll have 9, 10, 11, 12 at the end of it. Okay, Mr. Traxley, you do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence the court's just imposed. If you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. If you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, you have a broader window of 42. So 21 and 42. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll complete the matter. Mr. Traxel, I hope to see you back at work with your boss right now and then report to the jail at 6 p.m. this Friday and then 6 p.m. next Friday. Expect that you'll probably be tested for, you know what, I just thought of something. I'm gonna make your life miserable. If we put the scram on and then we have to take it off each weekend, that's gonna create an issue, isn't it?
Don't think we'll have to take it off.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
If
Because
we
I think
do-
you'll be in booking, so I don't think they require.
Do you have to charge it?
Okay.
No.
All right, so if it is issue, let me know. And here's what my thinking, Mr. Traxel, I would assume that having met with us today, you're not gonna be foolhardy enough to drink in the next 2 weeks. But once he's completed his jail, we'll put it on for 90 days. But if we can do it now, that's fine too. I don't want to create a headache for probation. So let me know if you run into that.
Oh, Judge, you give him so much credit. Don't believe he's foolhardy enough to drink for the next 2 weeks. You certainly kid.
Okay, you're all set today. Agent Moore, you want him to check in with you before you leave? Yes. All right. What do we have next?
Back on People versus Holiday. 21 S 27366. You appear to be a video from there. Mr. Carr's here in the courtroom. What are we doing, Mr. Carr?
Ms. Holiday is going to enter a plea based on the recommendation, and I'd ask that the prosecutor agree to that recommended sentence.
I leave it to the discretion of the court. I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing, but that's the judge has an idea.
You have no objection to the current sentence
180 days?
or this current recommendation, correct?
No. He's already lost 74-11, I think, right?
That's correct.
What's your client want to do?
He's gonna plead guilty to count 1, right? The only count, I guess.
That's the only one.
Never entered our home and the whereabouts were unknown for about 30 months.
It was a little different than that. She left the K-PEP program early.
I thought it was our hope.
That was it earlier.
That's my list.
It says current probation violation. Left our
That's
hope.
incorrect information. I can't attest to that.
So apparently, judge, there's 3 counts. Changed her residence,
Oh, that's not correct.
and left K-Cup without completion.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Ms. Holiday, is that right? You're gonna enter a plea today?
Yes.
All right, so raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn. You solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Holiday, you're being supervised for the underlying charge of possession of analogs, and that has a maximum sentence of 2 years. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, you understand you have a right to have a hearing? Are you waiving your right to have a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Waiving your right to have a hearing means you waive all the rights that come along with a hearing. Those are as follows. It means you're waiving the right to be presumed innocent. It means you're waiving the right to confront any witnesses called against you or to call your own witnesses. It means you're waiving the right to testify at a hearing of that nature or not to say anything, and then the court couldn't use that against you in any way. It also means you're waiving the right to have the assistance of an attorney. You have Mr. Carr. He can stay with you throughout a hearing and even post-hearing if need be. Are you waiving all of those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has anybody promised you or threatened you or done anything else to you to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone besides Mr. Carr or the probation department said anything to you about what your sentence might be as a result of entering a plea?
No.
All right. As it relates to conversations that you might have had with the probation department or Mr. Carr, do you recognize that those are not binding on the court? If you go forward with a plea, the court's going to be free to sentence you as it sees fit. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Does that change anything for you about wanting to go forward with a plea? Okay. Let's talk about these charges then. Count 1 says you violated the terms of your supervision when you changed your residence without permission, and that was on or about December 11th of 2022. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Count 2 says you violated the terms of your supervision on the same date in 2022 when you were not in your approved residence between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
And then finally, count 3 says you violated the terms of your supervision on or about the same date, December 11th of 2022, when you left KPEP without completing the same. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
All right. Sounds like a silly question, Ms. Holliday, but in your own words, what did you do to be guilty of those charges?
I was going to my doctor's there in KPEP and getting my medical under control. And when the doctors informed me that I had cancer, it kind of scared me and I didn't know what to do, so I ran home.
All right. You didn't have permission to go home, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Anything else on the facts from either side?
No.
Not on the facts.
All right, so the court does find a factual basis for 1, 2, and 3. Again, I'm assuming that KPEP was the approved residence at that date and time.
Yes, we stipulate to that.
Okay. Then, Ms. Holliday, would you like the court to accept your plea to these 3 counts?
Yes.
I will accept your pleas. You did offer those freely, accurately, and voluntarily. I think we can proceed to sentencing, and then I'll start with probation agent and then Ms. Kraus.
We just ask that you file the recommendation.
So I'm trying to figure out here now, because I was looking, it looks like an earlier report. The recommendation is what?
Revoke probation and for 180 days.
Well, it says a recommendation will be made upon apprehension.
No.
That's incorrect
There's the updates.
version.
Oh, maybe this, I'm sorry, here, I think this is on the front page. Let me just, maybe that was, make sure it's the same. I swear I saw something like that.
Judge is very thorough. Judge Schaefer will check every document, and if there is something even a little off, he's gonna find it. Like the guy earlier with the tether box that wasn't checked. Judge Schaefer will see it all.
Yeah, that's it. It's attached to the order. Really confusing. All right. So
She got caught in her parents' car that was pulled over, and that's how she got arrested. Otherwise, she would have still been absconded. Absconder status.
0 to 3 guideline range. All right, Ms. Kraus, what do you?
You know, I mean, yeah, it's 0 to 3, so I don't know what that necessarily means. I think because of the absconder status, you can pretty much do what you want. I mean, I think the recommendation is okay.
Mr. Carr?
Your Honor, she's clearly not a good candidate for probation. The recommendation to revoke her probation is appropriate. But while she was at KPEP, she was diagnosed with cervical cancer. Her parents assisted her or advised her or helped her to seek medical attention without permission to leave KPEP. Since she's been gone from KPEP, she has been, to my understanding, and I don't have any documentation for that, but she has been treating her cancer and attendant anemia with iron infusions every 21 days, and she's overdue for an iron infusion. I'm trying through her parents to get documentation to that effect. I think it's going to be difficult for the jail to transport her to infusions, wait around for however many hours that takes to accomplish that and return her to the jail. I'd ask that you impose any sentence you impose be on house arrest or reduce her recommended sentence to as short a term as possible.
Ms. Holiday, anything that you want to say before the court imposes sentence?
No, sir.
All right, I'm gonna file the recommendation, ma'am. You were given so many opportunities to first address the underlying issues, second, just to comply with supervision. And that, as I was reading earlier, we tried Our Hope. You didn't do anything with Our Hope. We tried KPEP, didn't do anything with that. And then most concerning is, obviously you knew you didn't comply with those issues, particularly the last one with KPEP, and then just disappeared instead of coming in and taking care of it, facing the music, so to speak. And so you kind of tie everybody's hands when you do show up on a warrant, and that's certainly the case today. I'm gonna revoke unsatisfactorily your supervision. I'm gonna reassess any outstanding fines, costs, or other monetary obligations, and I'm gonna sentence you to 180 days in the Montcalm County Jail with credit for 98 that you have previously served. So 180 with credit for 98. Ms. Holiday, you do have a right to seek appellate review of this sentence, and if you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make the request. If you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, you have a broader window of 42. So 21 and 42. Mr. Carr, you just help us make sure we get that
Are
back.
you getting there to sign it at the jail, please?
File, please.
I believe the jail is having her sign that.
So if there's nothing
Receipt of
else,
packet.
that'll conclude the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Michael Shear at the jail, please. The case of the People's State of Michigan versus Michael Shear, 23S 30575. Today is the daytime for sentencing. Mr. Shear appears from our jail. Mr. Rasmussen is in the courtroom.
Okay, guys. I have to pause it here for a second and give a trigger warning to anyone who has been a victim of childhood SA. If that will bother you, turn it off now. Come back in about 10 minutes or so. This is going to be hard to watch and major ick.
All right, Mr. Rasmussen, have you had an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and the sentencing information with your client?
We have, Your Honor.
Additions, corrections, or deletions?
I have 3 challenges on the OVs I'd like to raise.
All right, what do you want to start with?
So first on OV8, that's the, I guess, taking to a different location, or, you know, I forget the word, but OV8, taking to a different location. Aspiratation, that's it, thank you. That's scored at 15 points. I don't believe that is said that occurred for the specific crime he pled to. I think that should be scored at 0 because I don't think aspiratation was anything that was ever necessarily found by the court when reviewing the police report or anything. Obviously, my client pled no contest, so it's certainly not something he confessed to doing.
So he pled to
one count.
Which one and which victim was it? I guess.
Count 5, I think.
There's only one victim. So count 5 of them.
Ms. Cross?
I would defer this to Ms. Mason.
The police report indicates that a lot of instances happened in his vehicle. It describes him taking her to a factory and parking. There's several different instances where things occurred in a vehicle away from home, away from others.
Ms. Cross?
I think that those kind of things clearly do fall within the, you know, taking her to a place of kind of seclusion or from other, or hiding her from other people. So I think 15 is probably.
Yeah, I would concur with that. And having reviewed this, not only is what's been noted, I think textbook definition of aspiratation. Aspiratation is defined in the scoring as the victim was aspirated to another place of greater danger or to a situation of greater danger, or was held captive beyond the time necessary to commit the offense. We're not talking about the last portion of this, held captive beyond the time necessary to commit the offense. But a place of greater danger certainly would mean a place where the crime could be committed more readily without prying eyes, so to speak. there was no doubt that the facts of this case, and again, Mr. Estes has correctly recited that a no contest plea was taken, which then allows, in essence, the probation department and the court to use the entire police report as that factual basis, because I believe that's what occurred here. In fact, I have it over here. And I would have placed on the record exhibit number 1, which was used as a factual basis, and that goes on for pages and pages, but it does detail times when a victim was taken by car to areas as described as factories where sexual assaults would then occur. It also described times that a victim was placed on a quad and taken to places into the woods, so to speak, where those crimes occur. And then the victim even detailed in those times she was ascertained to on the quad of the woods that there would be Kleenex and things of that nature found that were used for cleanup, so to speak. All of that is done clearly with a purpose, which is to allow the defendant to perpetrate the crime more easily without worry of getting caught. And even within the home, there was conversation or reports of being taken to the defendant's bedroom and the door shut, where he would remain standing so he could look out the window for people approaching, i.e. his wife coming home. And I think even moving the victim from one place in the house to a bedroom that is secured and then is looking out at the same time can meet the definition of aspiratation. I think 8 is scored appropriately. Respectfully, I'll decline to amend the scoring. What else do you have, Mr. Rasmussen?
Your Honor, I respect the understanding, and I doubt this is going to change it, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't bring it up. I'm guessing the victim might have been confused. I'll give her that much. But in the victim impact form, there was a question where you moved to a place of greater danger, and she said, no, I was moved to a very safe place. I understand maybe she didn't understand the form of the question, but I did want to place that on the record that that was part of her in the victim impact.
Fine, and I did read the victim impact statement, and I don't believe that that has anything to do with the scoring here or her understanding of what aspiratation might have meant, or even if she was asked that question in the manner that was posed here by the scoring, if the answer would be the same. What else do you have?
So my next objection would be on OB10. It's scored at 15 points. I believe that should be scored at 10 points. 15 points is if predation occurs. I didn't understand the definition of predation as it's defined in the MCL statute. However, 10 points is where you would score it is if the victim is a minor. I mean, that part's not up for dispute, as the police report says. So I just think OB10 should come down from 15 points to 10 points.
All right, Ms. Vanderbeek.
I scored at 15 points for predatory conduct. He used tickling to introduce sexual touch and proceeded to expand from there until sexual intercourse happened. And he used things like staying home from school and excusing it to get other sexual favors and things like that.
Ms. Krause, anything else?
No, nothing else.
And I agree in reviewing the police report, exhibit 1, which was used as a factual basis. 15 points for predatory conduct is appropriate. Ms. Vanderbeek has correctly recited what I think supports that. First, it starts off with this tickling with let's not lose sight of the fact of a very young individual at the time, a child. And that progresses using that to the unwanted touching, to the offenses that are at issue here. And then there's no doubt that in this report, it is detailed that the defendant then would use, after this had progressed to the crimes, the idea of being able to stay home from school or losing the privileges of having friends over later after school activities if the victim did not engage in the sex acts. I think that clearly meets the definition of predatory conduct, which is defined as pre-offense conduct directed at a victim for the primary purpose of victimization. Withholding privileges, letting a child stay home from school if she engages in certain acts, threatening child can't do certain things that her friends are able to do or hang out with her friends unless she engages in an act, would certainly seem to support the idea of predatory conduct and the scoring under OB10. Respectfully, Mr. Espeson, I'm going to deny an amendment of 10, what else do you have?
All right, sir, thank you. My last objection is on OV 19, interference with the administration of justice. It scored at 10 points. As I understand it, there's not any allegation of any sort of, obviously resisting arrest, defying a court or anything like that. I think that should be scored at 0 points. I brought this up to Ms. Kraus. Ms. Kraus had, said something about him telling the victim not to tell certain people. So I don't know if that's what Ms. Vanderveen is going to say for the scoring. I would just say I don't think there's any allegation of my client ever saying, hey, don't tell the police this, don't tell this. So again, I don't think that he interfered with the administration of justice in any way. I think that should be scored at 0 points, OV 19.
Ms. Vanderveen.
Yeah, in the report, it specifically says that Mr. Shearer told her not to talk about it. And then she explained that he told her that people would throw stuff at her, call her bad names. She would be hated because they would go to jail. He would kill himself and her little brother would be without a father.
Ms. Kraus?
Sure.
All right, I also agree that OB 19, what Ms. Vanderveen has just recited, would support 10 points that the offender otherwise interfered with or attempted to interfere with the administration of justice. It's clear, again, People's Exhibit 1, the factual basis that we use for this, victim reports these types of threats, if you will, from the defendant. Did not report it, nobody would believe her. In essence, she would be the person that is victimized again by how society would react to her. I would also note that it was reported in the PSI, and I think that's also contained in People's Exhibit 1, that the defendant was told to burn his cell phone by an attorney. And I don't believe that a cell phone was ever recovered, which would have led to some of the incriminating evidence of the videos that were taken. I think OB 19 certainly could be scored with the idea that a cell phone that the defendant had been using to record these interactions has been unable to be recovered, and he admitted to his spouse that he had disposed of it. I think that would support the scoring of OB 19 also. So there could be a couple areas here based on these facts that I think support that scoring. Respectfully, Mr. Rasmussen, I'm going to decline to amend the scoring on 19. What else do you have?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do not have any other objections or corrections to make at this time.
Okay, then Ms. Kraus, do you have anything on behalf of the people or a victim?
Yes. Victim would like to make a statement with her friend. Her friend's actually going to read that for me. Is that right? Thank you. Come on up. So, Michaela, why don't you state your name first? So the victim is?
Michaela Lloyd.
Why don't you spell your name?
Makayla Loyd.
And your friend's name? Go ahead.
Emily Boggs.
Spell it.
EMILYBOGGS.
All right, so Emily, you're going to read Michaela's statement then, is that right? Okay, you can use the podium there. Why don't you go ahead?
Is that right to have cell phone?
Of course, yeah.
That's how it is. Dear Mike in the court of Montcalm County, you messed me and my life up in so many ways. For almost 6 years of my life, you treated me like a useless human being. You used to call me your daughter and acted like you cared and loved me like one too. The last time I checked, you were never supposed to do something like this to your daughter or treat her how you treated me. You stripped away my happiness, innocence, feeling of need to live, and so much more. My heart goes out to the other girls who had to experience you. While their stories may not be as horrific as mine is, that does not mean you did not make them feel the same way. I feel so much guilt for the other girls who had to experience your hands all over their bodies. I wish you never had gone to them, but most importantly, I wish you had never came to me to fulfill your pleasures. I wish you never made your move on me by tickling me that day, a sweet, innocent little girl. To this day, even while you're locked away in your jail cell, you still find ways to affect me. From the nightmares I have, the flashbacks I get lost in, feeling your hands on me, feeling the pressure of your body on top of me. Every time I see a man that resembles you in any type of way, I feel my heart drop. I am terrified that he may be you, or that he may be just like you. Every time I do see someone who looks like you, I have a panic attack just by seeing them. I still think about everything you did to me through those 6 years. I struggle every day because of what you did to me. I get terrified when people touch me. I'm scared to be alone with some people, and I'm scared to get into another relationship with a man because of the thought he might rape me like you did. I am in a never-ending fight with my mental health. Do you remember all those times you told me if I ever told anyone, no one would like me anymore? All my friends and family would leave me. People would throw eggs at me while I walked down the street, and they would call me names, think I'm disgusting or gross, hate me. You would always tell me that it would all be my fault. Spencer wouldn't have a dad, and he would grow up to hate me. Well, guess what? Spencer doesn't hate me, and I am more than glad that he does not have to grow up with you as a father figure. And nobody disrespects me for what you did to me. No one other than myself thinks I'm disgusting and gross. Everybody thinks that you are. All of your children now hate you and despise you. But no matter how happy I seem or how over it I seem, I will never be truly over it. I will never truly be happy, but you know what? After all of these years, I can finally say that I have the power over you now. I beat you. You can no longer treat me like I'm your own personal sex toy. You put me through so much, and for what? Your own pleasure. You hurt me in so many different ways. You have made me suffer more than I deserved. And now it is your turn to suffer like you once made me. I can finally say I'm so much stronger than you will ever be. I hope and pray that you get life in jail. After all, it is what you deserve. I hope you rot in that jail cell for the rest of your life. You deserve so much more than jail for what you did and how many lives you ruined.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cross, anything else?
Your Honor, I'm not sure I can say it any better than what the victim statement has just portrayed. This is obviously a horrible case, and we would ask you to follow the agreement.
All right, and then Mr. Rasmussen, how about on behalf of your
Your Honor, these cases are, I think they're very difficult because essentially you have two possible results. Either you have, you know, a commitment of a horrible crime, or you have someone sitting in prison for something he didn't do. Those are the two possibilities. So I don't envy the court's position.
Well, we're past that. Your client pled to this.
I know
I'm
that.
talking about somebody that didn't do something.
Well, Your
He
Honor,
had to plead to it.
I'm sure he's not the first one in history to plead to something that he thinks he didn't do. So that being,
Well, he might think that he didn't do it today after he's entered a plea, but I'm not going to entertain arguments if your client's innocent of this. He's entered a plea.
I understand that, Your Honor. I'm just explaining the situation. So that being said, the agreement is, or I'm sorry, the recommendation is in line with the agreement. So I don't have anything to add beyond that. So I would just ask the court to follow the agreement. And I believe my client has a statement to make as well.
Mr. Shear, anything that you want to say before the court imposes sentence?
Can I read this letter to Michaela?
I didn't hear what you said, sir. Can you what?
Can I read this letter that I read or that I wrote to Michaela?
You can say anything that you want prior to sentencing.
All right. Thank you. Dear Michaela, I'm praying to God to give me the right words to say. I want to talk to you from my heart. So I don't know what else to say, but I know, sorry, a little dry mouth. God, give me the right words. I want to talk from the heart. I really hurts my heart that you would say these things about me, but I know you're just doing what you were told. I know in your heart that you know that you kids are my life. All I ever wanted in my life was kids. I was told when I was younger that I probably would never have kids, or I had a small chance. But from God, the gift of God, I had kids. It was a blessing. But it was so hard to live with what the doctor had told me and what I had to live with. It made my anxiety and my PTSD and my panic attacks and my panic disorder a lot worse. You have seen how bad it was with me being in and out of the hospital. And all you could do a lot of times was laugh about it. It didn't help that your mom loves to argue. She just loves to argue. She's like her dad through the years. For you, that always had to be this, and for you to make it harder, you always wanted to be the center of attention, just like now. I don't know if you remember these some years back that your mom came home from work and she was in a bad mood. So we went to the store and she started an argument with me over Spencer. Wanted to talk to some old lady. That's what it was about. Well, make it short, when we got home, she argued some more. She said some mean things to me and told you kids that I said some mean things, and I did not. I know she blamed everything on me, and then she put stuff on paper that wasn't true. The point is that she always made me out to be the bad guy. She's the one that told me to shoot myself that day. because I wasn't even a man. And it really hurt me. But I didn't put it on paper for people to know. I only told my son Tyler. The point is that none of you ever asked me my side of it, like now, not one. It hurt me. It hurt that she made me look like the bad guy, and I was not. I was always good to you kids, and I was there as much as I could. As much as I could with my anxiety and my own. As much as I could. And I was fighting my own demons through the years. I know that. And then I turned to drinking to help me with my anxiety and my demons. And that was the wrong thing to do. No one is perfect. So I will tell you that you were right about the fact that nobody here in this county, nobody would listen to me. Nobody, because you said, nobody would listen to me because I was a man. Not even one. Nobody. Nobody even asked me my side of it. Not one. What I can tell you is that there is good people out there that are listening. And they are listening now, and so is God. So I know when some good has come of this. I gave my life to Christ again, and it feels great to feel that, what was missing the whole time. It says in 1 Thessalonians 5:18, in all things give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. So even being in here is Jesus talking to me. He put me in here because I was going down the wrong path with your family. In 1 Peter 4:16, yeah, if any man suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but to glorify God on his behalf. So I am praying for you and all your family every day. And I'm sorry for not putting God in your heart and in your life like I always wanted to do. Please forgive me. I do forgive you for all of this. And it would have been easier if your mom had believed in God. Remember Romans 3:23, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So God knows what happened to me right now, and he will take care of me. I have faith. I will see Spencer again. I know he told me. So I hope you will open up your Bible and read God's word and ask Jesus to save you. I will still pray for you every day. And Spencer? And your mother. And maybe someday you will do the right thing. I miss you all. It hurts my heart because I can't see you. All of you. God told me I will see my son again and that he will take care of you and Spencer. I love you all and hope God talks to you and love one another and forgive, please. Please remember Ephesians 4:32. And that was for Michaela. And this is for you, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. I'm sorry if I'm trying to hold it together, okay? I'm sorry. Please, Your Honor, I am just tired. I've had just enough. God says he will never give you more than you can handle. Well, I can't handle it anymore. It started when I was just a kid, and me and my brother and my sister were taken away from my mother. She was a good mother. She did what she could, but she never showed me love. Not like she said. She never said, I love you or hug me, but better than foster care. When we were slapped around, hit a lot, put in small rooms with nothing for days. Sometimes no food, just water. I can't remember how long I blocked it out or when. And the accident I had just made it worse. My first wife stopped loving me because of my accident. And Jessica, she didn't tell it to people, but that's what she really did. She didn't tell the truth, but that's what it was really about, is that she stopped loving me because of it. It is true. So more love is lost. So all I have in God is God and my kids. I really thought my life was over, but God told me he wasn't done with me yet. And that's the greatest feeling I've ever had. It says in Psalms 107:1, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, And his mercy endures forever. So if God can say his mercy endures forever, I think we can give a little of that. And that's what I'm asking. So we're supposed to care about one another. That would make a better world. So please, I just hope that you have in your heart to share a little bit of that mercy. I hope you go out and do God's will. And with the kids, love and peace and I'm sorry. I just want to get out and have a chance to get out and go live with God and my kids and live in peace. And maybe buy a dog and just become a servant of God. So I really ask for that mercy. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor. Michael.
All right, so let's start with this for sentencing. And let's get a couple things straight here. And I'm going to talk to Michaela and your mom. You, mom, are not the problem. All right. So you're hearing words of a desperate man who's a coward, who's entered a plea to this and now has changed his mind, and he's sat in jail for days on end and apparently thumbed through the Bible and found passages that he thinks somehow excuses his behavior or eliminates the behavior. He's just a coward, and you're not responsible for any of this in any way, shape, or form. Mr. Scheer, you're the problem. What you are is a pedophile. And that's clear from the report. That's clear from what went on. And it's appalling that you would spend 20 minutes of some of the last words you'll get to say in a courtroom, blaming the victim, blaming her mother for your actions. Let's stop and think about this for just a few seconds. You've got this crazy, wild idea after you entered your plea that, oh my gosh, none of this happened. I had these issues since I was a kid and I fell off the bike and I can't get erections and all of this nonsense that I read about. Yet I see you've had no problem fathering plenty of children through the years. Do you think a child and a preteen just makes up things like being taken in a car out to different factories where they're sexually assaulted, or they just make up things like, you know, I was on a quad and taken out to the woods where I was sexually assaulted, or I was taken into my stepfather's bedroom where I'm sexually assaulted and he would look out for mom coming home. Where do you think, unless you were committing these acts, that they even know how to describe all the acts that you were forcing yourself and forcing Michaela to do? It's absurd, and it's frankly just appalling that you would turn this around and somehow say, oh, I found God, I didn't do this. I think God probably believes in justice. And you'll have to get yourself right with God, and I'm not going to pretend that I can speak for God or even have any idea what God wants to do someday. But I do know that I'm going to impose a sentence here in a minute that is just. I'm going to follow this recommendation. There's lots of reasons that go into those agreements, and I hope the first reason is so that Michaela can move on with her life and hopefully never, ever be bothered by you again. And I hope that you serve every single day of this minimum sentence, that we don't have a change in truth in sentencing. And then I hope, more importantly, that the parole board looks very carefully at you in 8 years and determines that maybe Mr. Scheer is not somebody that we want in our community just yet. Maybe Mr. Scheer should serve closer to the 25-year maximum sentence than the 8-year minimum sentence based on what he did to this poor girl, who hopefully in 8 years has completely turned her life around, doesn't have a thought about you, and is a wildly successful young lady who's happy in life. Mr. Scheer, I'm going to start by sentencing you. There'll be a no contact with Michaela Lloyd, either directly or indirectly, or anyone in her family, including her step siblings or siblings. I'm also going to order, and then Ms. Vanderveen, I want to double check that he's been registered on the Registration Act now.
Yes.
So that is part of the sentence, that you are now registered, and you have to be registered and comply with all the requirements of the Michigan Sex Offenders Registration Act. You also will be subject to and must comply with electronic monitoring upon your release from prison. Again, I hope that's closer to the 25 than the 8. I'm required and I will impose a $68 state cost. I'm required by statute and will impose $130 in crime victims assessment. There'll be court costs of $550 and attorney fees of $400, and there'll be a $60 DNA testing fee. Mr. Shear, you'll also have to comply and submit with HIV STD testing. You'll release or waive confidentiality, and those test results will then come back to the court. Consistent with the agreement, I'm going to sentence you as a minimum term to 8 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections to, again, the agreed upon maximum, which is 25 years. So 8 years to 25 years with credit for 188 days. You have, what's not right?
Let's take credit.
216, it was a joke.
So credit for 216. So 8 years to 25 years, credit for 216 days you previously served. Mr. Shear, you do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence. If you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. If you want a court-appointed attorney, you have 42 days. In other words, a broader window to request counsel. So 21 and 42, Mr. Rasmussen, I'm going to ask that you make sure that we get that paperwork you just signed back in the file. Anything else from either
I'm
side?
sorry, did I miss, did you order a lifetime electronic monitor?
I did.
Okay, thank you. No, I have nothing else.
All right, that'll conclude the matter. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, can we, Mr. Norton?
Can I have Mr. Maddox in a breakout room? He's an Ione.
Wait, let's talk about Mr. Evans first, real quick, because I got Kevin here.
Okay.
Come on up.
Ooh, let's just take a moment here. That man deserves to be held in the prison for the rest of his natural life. I don't believe there is reform for him. He was victimizing the victim all over again. And the only reason they do pleas on cases like that really is to save the victim from having to testify and reiterate all of those details in a public setting. By doing a plea, the judge and the prosecutor and everything, they're able to just read the reports. And they know what happened, and they don't have to put the victim through that again. Oh, yeah. So he gets 8 years guaranteed, minus the time served, which was, I think they said like 213 days or something like that. So he's almost got a year under his belt. And that's a good thing because there's not anything else under his belt. Judge called it right when he called him a coward. And shameless plug here, you guys. Very obvious reasons this stream will be demonetized. So if anybody wants to drop a super thanks, very much appreciated, but by no means is it a requirement. And then if you guys want to help for free, once the stream is over, just go in and leave a comment. Doesn't even have to say much. You can just say hi. Comments push them out, push the videos out. So that's just something you can do to help the channel grow. Leave a comment, make sure you're subscribed. People are always throwing around memberships in here in the chat. So be subscribed and be active in the chat, and you're more likely to get one of the gifted memberships. Make sure you've got them turned on. But I just wanted to take a pause and say a prayer for that girl. She'll need them. And I really hope the things that the defendant said doesn't turn her away from God. Or even from finding any type of, structured support in a community of faith. Because it can be a wealth of support. And I don't care what religion anybody is. But that's where you find strength and family and community when you need it the most sometimes. Or you can just start a YouTube channel and then you have the chat. Thank you so much, Jay from Michigan. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you so much. You are absolutely wonderful. All of you are.
And who's mad at? Hold on.
One in the Ionia jail.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So let's talk about Evans, who's the,
Yep.
and Mr. Everything on the.
So here was the, that I was perplexed by. Before release says, OCC electronic monitoring, but then they didn't check any of these boxes. So I don't know if that's an error or this was the error, not the check box. I don't know.
Here's the bond I actually received.
Okay.
This is where they normally.
All right, so you have any objection? We'll just keep testing this the other ways.
No.
Oh.
I just called them this morning when I got called to check on this,
Yeah.
and they said, I tested him in the jail, and he was positive, and I sent him to TSC, he tested on 221, and hasn't called back.
221.
So he was supposed to go on 271.
Yep, here,
And he
I
didn't
got, no, he went.
Oh.
I tested him in the jail.
Yeah, 216.
On 221, I sent it to TSC, for
Okay.
testing. He was clean
Okay.
when he went,
Okay.
and he hasn't returned.
Okay, how does it work? Are you supposed to go back and get called? Or?
He calls everything.
Oh.
So can I, so in jail on the 16th, was he clean?
No.
What was he positive?
Amphetamines and methamphetamine.
And then on 221.
221, he was clean at TSC.
And then he hasn't gone back to testing, even though
He hasn't called, is what you're saying.
He's not calling them.
All right, and who's his attorney?
Norton. Mr.
All
Evans,
right,
why don't you come
come
up?
on up to the podium, Mr. Evans.
Okay, so I tried to enhance the audio there as best I could. I know it was difficult to understand. They were all whispering. You remember that guy that the judge noticed that there was a box checked for electronic monitoring, but then there were two boxes that were supposed to be checked that weren't checked, and the guy's not on electronic monitoring? The judge actually called in corrections to find out if that was supposed to be a requirement, and if he's not on the monitoring, is he testing? And the answer that corrections just brought back is that when he was booked into the jail on the 16th, he was dirty. Methamphetamines and amphetamines. Then on the 21st, when he got out, or when they retested him, at that time he was clean. But it's been a month and he has not called to check for his color, I think is how they do it. But he has not called to check when his next testing is going to be. So he hasn't showed up for any other screenings since he got out. So now the judge has that information, and they're going to continue on with his case from here.
So Mr. Norton tried to get to the bottom of this bond thing. It would appear that a box was checked, the court's concerned, but then the requirement for some sort of electronic monitoring, they didn't complete that. So I'm not going to order that today. However, in getting our community corrections here, it appears that on February 16th of this year, your client tested positive for methamphetamine and amphetamines. And then on 2/21 of 24, he was ordered to test at TSE. He was negative for any substances, but then he has failed then to do any testing since that date. So suggestions, I'll start with Ms. Kraus.
I guess I'd like him tested today before he leaves to see where we're at. And then I don't know, he's supposed to call in every day, is that what you said?
Correct.
And he hasn't called in since 2/16.
That's what PSC told me this morning.
So that's a month that he hasn't been testing, or at least calling in to find out when he should test.
Wasn't sure on what.
Mr. Evans, don't make any statements.
Maybe we should get him tested first to see if there's any issue there, Judge, and you go from there. I don't know. That's what the other court wants to do. But.
Mr. Norton, what do you suggest?
Obviously, the court can order him to have a drug test at any time. That's part of his release. Or so if that's what the court orders, then I guess after that, it'll make a determination where the court wants to go from there.
At the very least, Judge, if he is clean today, clearly he needs to be calling as directed by community corrections. And that sounds like you're supposed to call every day to see if you're supposed to test.
Well, can I ask you to back the train up just a second? We adjourned this for a whole month and now I can't remember why. Why are we going so long?
No. So this was an arraignment today. He just got bound over, I thought.
I feel like we put this out a month.
Yeah, we put it out a month because I have at the probable cause conference, Mrs. Kraus was not available, so I wasn't able to talk to her.
We put it out a month today. We put it out.
Yeah, after the day.
Why so long? That's what I'm getting at. Why for so long?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't need it a month. I thought you meant it was adjourned already.
No. Just that we were going out a month and then we
Sure.
got all these bond issues. And so I was concerned about why we were going out a month.
Mr. Norton requested that.
Okay. So it appears then, Mr. Evans, here's a couple of things that we're gonna do. I'm gonna state that we have at least what appears to be 2 violations of your bond. First, a positive screen on February 16th of 2024 for methamphetamine and amphetamines. And then a failing to submit to drug screening since 2/21 of 2024.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
If I could say, the first drug test on 2/16 was while he was still in jail. So before his bond was.
I see, before he had a bond. All right, well, we can cross that one off then.
Second was 2/21.
Okay. So why don't we do this? Any reason he can't be tested right now, today? So I'm gonna order you to do a drug screen and then you can come back into the courtroom either way. And then Mr. Norton should still be around and we'll address whether you're positive or negative and then what our next steps will be as it relates to the bond going forward. All right, so you can go with Mr. Everingham and then back into the courtroom. Okay, what do we have that we can do in the interim?
Judge, he needs a breakout room. Mr. Norton needs a breakout room.
I got
Yeah,
Andrew
he's-
Williams.
All right, so I'm gonna get Mr. Norton, you with the on you jail in the breakout room, okay?
You wanna do that, please?
You're welcome. Okay, Williams?
Our next matter for the court is versus Andrew Nathan Williams. It is file 23S30980FH. Mr. Williams is present in court along with his attorney, Ms. Reed, and it is the time and date for sentencing.
Ms. Reed, have you had an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and the sentencing information of your client?
We have, Your Honor.
Additions, corrections, or deletions?
No, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Valet.
Well, Judge, I read over this, the PSI with some interest. My concern is that Mr. Williams I'm concerned about his connection with how, the reality of where things are. I appreciate that his position is that this was an accident, that he brought it into jail. I suppose anything could happen. But I mean, here you have a guy who's on the grace of the court by doing weekends and ends up with drugs inside the jail, and his explanation is he put the wrong pair of socks on when he did it. I'm concerned also about.
I think you missed the bigger picture there. This is all the fault of the jail because it's so darn cold and
it is.
You wouldn't need all these
It's
socks.
extremely cold, I guess. I'm also concerned, though. It appears to me that Mr. Williams has some skills. He's held. I looked at his employment record. He clearly, I don't know if it's in tool and die or machining or something, but he's had jobs here that paid, I think, one of them was, I think, $48 an hour, and $38 an hour was regular. And he's been unable to keep these, and he indicates that he's been sober for a year, but I look, he's just in March of last year, I believe he was arrested in Kent County for driving under the influence and having some drugs. So all I'm saying is that I worry about a person who says that this has been a learning experience because I've lost my career of 16 years, when arguably I wish it were that simple. I wish he had a career of 16 years. What he has is enough employment to just move on to whatever else is next, I guess. So I don't know. He has his story. I don't know if he was trying to bring the drugs in for his own use, if he was trying to bring them for somebody else, or if it was an accident. Whatever it is, I have some significant concerns for him going forward. And while I appreciate his guidelines here, I think this recommendation is, while not inappropriate, certainly if it was higher, wouldn't be out of line either. I realize that he got 365 days. I don't know what that ended up being and how much time he had left to serve out of the district court for violating. But clearly taking drugs inside the jail. We can send them to the Department of Corrections. They can get all the drugs they want, I guess, but we've been pretty lucky about not getting them in the jail. It's serious, but more importantly, I'm concerned about Mr. Williams. I think he needs some the thinking program or thinking matters program, something, because it appears to be some kind of disconnect from what he views and what at least I view as being the reality. Otherwise, Judge, I leave it to you for a second.
All right, and then Miss Reed.
Okay. I've not heard that excuse before. Your Honor, I wasn't trying to smuggle drugs into the jail. I grabbed the wrong socks. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I accidentally grabbed the socks that I had drugs in. But it's not my fault because the jail's so cold that I had to wear socks. So I accidentally grabbed the drug socks. What kind of a defense is that? Other than a really bad one.
Thank you, Your Honor. My client is going to make a statement to the court as well. But first, I would like to say that clearly my client struggles with a substance use disorder. And it is a disease. He has experienced significant clean time. He's worked for and earned recovery at different points in his life. Unfortunately, he let go of that, and this was the result. As the prosecutor pointed out, my client does have a great skill set. He's intelligent, he's talented, he's hardworking, and I believe that he can get back on track, and he can use those skills that he had to be a productive member of our community. After he's released from jail, he will be living with his parents, who are very supportive. They've been at every court hearing with him or to support him. I believe we are here today, right? And his dad actually as his career was a substance abuse counselor, is that right?
Yeah.
At one point he was, so his parents are not, I wouldn't classify as enablers or, helicopter parents that we often see. I truly believe they're gonna hold him accountable and help him to be successful in recovery. I believe that the COGS class is among the recommendations in the terms of
It is, it's number
probation.
7.
The guidelines here, Your Honor, would not support an MDOC sentence. I think that the recommendation is fair, and we're asking the court to impose the recommendation to show some mercy to my client while imposing a fair punishment. And I'm confident that he will be successful while on probation.
Mr. Williams, what do you want to say before the court imposes a sentence?
Your Honor, I admit that I brought the drugs in intentionally. I was afraid to admit what I did. I'm ready to be honest today. And to be honest, I'm going to recover from my substance abuse.
Anything else? All right.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Could I just add to that briefly? I know that was a difficult statement for my client to make. Obviously, dishonesty goes along with substance abuse disorders, as does living in constant fear. So I asked the court to show some mercy again for the fact that he hasn't been honest, but recognize that he is accepting responsibility today, and that was a big step for him.
All right. Well, Mr. Williams, I don't know that I give a ton of weight to a late arriving honesty or not. It doesn't really change anything as far as the sentence that I'm going to impose and the reasons I'm going to impose it. I would just know that you've had a pretty long, sort of convoluted explanation to probation about how all this occurred and how it got in there. And it is odd, Mr. Blaze, correct? You suggest, I interpreted your statement as somehow you were living in your car at the time, or at least between residents, if you will, commuting from Traverse City and grabbed the wrong socks and the wrong suitcase or whatever the case may be. So I read this to mean that you just kind of didn't have any place to stay at the time and all your stuff was in the car. So it's interesting now that it sounds like you have a place to go that's stable, it's your parents' place or not. But the point of why I don't know that a statement today makes a big impact on the court is the fact that you don't have the opportunity to hear the court's thoughts on things and here every Thursday when we're sentencing people. But you've already been given what the media, what our Supreme Court, what most people on the outside looking in think is the key to sobriety, and that's medically assisted treatment. Okay, and if we're going to cut right to the chase, when we talk about specialty courts, and everybody thinks that's the key, the panacea, that's how we fix everybody. The specialty courts are the ones that have the ability then to work with, in fact, they have nurses and doctors that are part of their roundtables, and they involve themselves in medically assisted treatment. And all of that's fantastic, right? Because it works for some people. My chief complaint about all is that the recidivism rate for people that are engaged in that is only remotely better than just people that aren't engaged in specialty courts or medically assisted treatment. And so the argument becomes, when we put so much of our resources and time and effort into those courts, what's the payoff, right? Now, maybe there's a moral argument that if we help 3 out of 10 instead of only 2 out of 10, then it doesn't matter. Spend all the dollars we have to, because if we reach that one person, then it's worth it. I don't know, right? And I guess that's a decision that taxpayers and those folks that vote have to make with the folks that they put into the House and Senate and the governorship and make the laws, right? So that I think that's a bigger debate. But here's my point: you've engaged in it. You've already participated in that. It's another way of saying that you have the tools, unlike a lot of folks that we see, to not continue to go down this path. Now, we're all experienced in this courtroom. None of us are Pollyanna enough to say, oh, nobody falls off the wagon. I got that. But there's a little bit of a difference between falling off the wagon and then falling off the wagon where I'm already been placed on supervision. I've already been given the grace of doing weekends so that I can continue to try to get my life on the straight and narrow, so to speak. And then when we engage in this kind of behavior, you're then endangering not just yourself, but every other inmate that could have come into contact with those drugs, every correctional officer that works there. And, at the end of the day, they all just want to go home and keep their life on the straight and narrow. So whether we've come to Jesus, so to speak, today and been truthful, this just doesn't interest me, honestly. I'm going to impose a sentence that I think is appropriate. And I hope that you do get it right, because Mr. Valet is correct. I also noted you've got an interesting, let's just put it that way, employment history with some really good paying jobs that people would give their right arm for, frankly, the wages that you were making, but you don't stay in any one place for more than a hot minute. And that's really weird, because I don't know how you keep getting jobs, because if I'm an employer and I just do a little search and you've been at this place, so says, well, why am I hiring you then? That makes no sense. And I don't know if leaving all these places is a result of drug use. I don't know if leaving all those places is, I don't know what it is. In fact, when I see stuff like that, like drug use and or alcohol, or sometimes ADE, folks just can't, they get hired, but they can't keep a job. I don't know. But it doesn't bode well for the future, I don't think, because you haven't demonstrated that you can pick a path and stay on the path. So I'm willing to try it again. I'm going to place you on a period of supervision. I'm going to do that for 3 years. I think Mr. Valet is correct. We're recommending in item 7 here, you complete the COG program. Again, I don't want to sound like doomsday, but I don't know that that's going to make a big difference, right? You're a bright guy. We can see that. A lot of talents, and you've been through a lot of this programming previously. I don't know if it's specific to COG, which is how we go about the decision-making process and how we make better decisions and all of that, but you'll get out of it what you put into it. I feel like you're just a guy that's had these tools and for whatever reason can't just use them and stay on the straight and narrow, but we'll try. So we'll do COG. I'll adopt all of these recommendations. There's 30 of them. I'm not going to go over all of them with you. Your probation agent will do that, but we'll also get a substance abuse assessment. We'll follow all the recommendations of that. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I don't know how long ago the medically assisted treatment was, I don't recall, but if we have something recent we can use that. I don't know, other mental health issues is an issue. Maybe we should get a mental health evaluation too. We can follow all the issues, all the recommendations of that. The other stuff should be familiar to you. You obviously can't use drugs or alcohol while you're on supervision. You'll be tested randomly for the same. I'm going to require that you maintain employment. All right. So at least 30 hours a week, or a combination of your employment and the probation obligations. There's the old saying about idle hands, right? If we can keep you busy, maybe that will help. And obviously you have the ability to not just work, but work in meaningful jobs that give you meaningful pay. I'm required, Mr. Williams, to impose a $68 state cost, and I'll do that. I'm required to impose $130 in crime victims assessment, and I'll do that. There'll be attorney fees of $400. A fine of $500, court costs of $550. While you're being supervised, your supervision fees will be $30 per month, unless you're on an electronic monitoring device. And one has not been recommended now, but if it does happen, then that'll be $60 a month. All right, I am gonna tweak the recommendation in 20. You got a guideline range of 0 to 11. I like to start in the middle, and then in essence, that's what the recommendation was, but I don't know that. While it certainly I understand and don't dispute that it's a reasonable recommendation, I just don't think that it adequately covers what I believe was a pretty egregious offense here. I'm gonna send you to 9 months in the Montcalm County Jail with credit for 66 days that you have previously served.
Judge, I think you should have 76 days credit.
All right, so we'll give them updated credit for 76 days. All right. And Mr. Williams, part of my thought process there is certainly punishment, right? I want to make sure that other folks that are out there, that if they hear about this, that they recognize that there are consequences for behavior when we're bringing banned substances into the jail. But more importantly, we'll have a solid 9 months, hopefully, as long as there aren't other people bringing things into the jail, where when you get out, stable employment, hopefully stable residence, and 9 months of sobriety, right? So that we can start off on whatever we're gonna do with a clean slate, okay? So you have several months of sobriety under your belt, so to speak, at that point. You do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence. If you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. If you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, you have a broader window of 42 days. So 21 and 42.
You want an initial?
If he just initials that one, we sent one thinking he was gonna be done from the jail. We sent one over. So if you just have it.
I'll just have him initial that one.
Okay.
Send it back once I make sure that he gets it, if that's all right.
So you make sure that we'll get it back then and
Yes.
follow up for us, Ms. Reed. All right.
Yes.
Okay, that'll conclude the matter. Good luck to you, Mr. Williams.
So, Judge, apparently, people, the comments, Mr. Norton is informing that the COC's having issues with Zoom, is that right? So they can't send them today?
Yes, Your Honor, they, I don't know if the court has noticed, they tried to zoom in several times and they keep getting kicked out. So they're having a problem with their Zoom system. So I talked to Mr. Gilman, he's gonna do the writ and have it adjourned for 2 weeks.
I noticed them trying to zoom in several times and they had their microphone on. And I noticed the judge mute them and boot them.
Okay.
March 20th. And then let's get Mr. Evans back up here.
Okay, yo. Is Mr. Evans clean? What do you think is going to be the result for Mr. Evans? What's he got? What's he not got? Who's voting? Oh, first off, I love you, Salty. Thank you. I love when I can stay on long enough to finally get to see you because I miss you. Oh, nobody has faith in Mr. Evans. No faith, no love. All right. Well, let's see. Maybe he'll shock us all. Maybe he just really did forget to call in for a month.
And
That was Thomas.
Yes.
All right, Judge, so we have the drug test back. Mr. Everingham informs me he's positive for.
Amphetamine, methamphetamine, and THC.
And
Dun, dun, dun.
admitted those to Mr. Everingham, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then, Mr. Evans, I guess we'll go back to this idea that you could be in contempt of court by violating the terms of your bond. So I'll arraign you now, and the allegation is that contrary to the terms of your bond, you have tested positive and or used methamphetamine and amphetamine, you said, and admitted to the same. So hold on 1 second. So if that's true or otherwise proven, or you admit the same, you could be in contempt of court, which is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or a $500 fine. So with that arraignment there, Mr. Norton, what's your client's wishes?
At this point, Your Honor, I don't have all the, I want to have an opportunity to talk to my client, so I'm going to enter not guilty. I would ask for a status conference.
All right, we'll put this out. Let's just make it 2 weeks now. So that, I lost my train of thought. Here's today is what, the 14th. So
He tested positive at the courthouse, and you're entering a not guilty plea for something y'all just witnessed. But gotta prove beyond reasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh my goodness, my guy. You got cojones.
March 28th. The 2024, so that'd be at 8 AM. Do you want that for a status conference then?
If we would, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and in light of these allegations, I'm revoking your client's bond today. And then we'll see him on the 28th.
Mr. Evans, I will set up a phone conference with you when you're at the jail so we can talk.
All right, so just have a seat, wait for the court officer, and then I'll see you in a couple weeks, sir, and we'll get this sorted out as far as the contempt.
Sit over there.
Okay, what do we have next?
Are you ready on Mr. Maddox then?
I am. We're just gonna arraign him today, Your Honor, and ask for a status conference in 2 weeks.
I'm not gonna be here in 2 weeks.
I just need a
All right.
file.
So whenever you're next available, Mr. Belay.
What are we waiting for, Mr. Norton?
Your Honor, Mr. Belay, I'm asking for a status conference so I can talk to
I
you.
know, I'm just wondering, why we're not taking a plea and how long I'm gonna give you to take the plea.
I guess, Mr. Belay, that'd be up to you. I'm just asking for a status conference in 2 weeks.
Well, how long's he been in circuit court here?
He's just being arraigned, but we already adjourned a couple of times in the district court.
Oh, so it's our first circuit court date. We've adjourned it in district court. Now we want to adjourn it again.
I mean, he's entitled to a status conference, doesn't have to do anything, Judge, but I just want to know, I've left an offer open for a long time.
So why don't we do this? You said you're not here.
I'm not here.
2 weeks.
Right, I'll be here back on the 11th.
So if we go out to April 11th, how about, would you leave the offer open until then? And then, Mr. Norton, you and your client can either enter a plea on the 11th, or we'll give him a scheduling order with either a bench trial date or a jury trial selection date. Does that work?
That's right, and I know Mr. Norton knows this. I'm putting it on for the edification of his client. I am, as I've indicated before, this is the Department of Corrections case, and I'm not agreeing to specialty court. So I just want to restate that.
What was the offer? I
have the offer here. Just let me look.
The offer is, if he pled to fleeing and elude third, an RNO, they would dismiss the driving license suspended, no habitual. There'd be restitution and 14 months to 5 years.
That's correct.
All right, it doesn't appear that a habitual has been added, so Mr. Valet, just in case, since he'll be gone.
We'll do that. We'll add it. I just waited under the assumption he might be.
No, I get it, but since we're going out 30 days, we need to make sure that stays part of the teeth of the offer, I suppose.
I'll take care of it, Judge.
Okay, so we'll see y'all in 30 days, and then Mr. Maddox, Mr. Norton will certainly contact you, but you've got to make a decision by that date, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right.
All right, John Graham, is he in jail?
He's in jail.
We have Graham at the jail, please.
Graham. What, Judge, did we actually arrange?
No, that's just gonna say there was an actual.
Oh, we didn't arrange them. I forgot. I just dumped them out. All right, so hopefully, let's do this, and then Mr. Norton signed up to it, looks like.
Oh, probably.
Um,
Tell me we need it back. Yeah. All right.
I'm just
this
trying to
is-
think, is there a timeline for arranging, if we didn't arrange them?
I could just cover it if you want me to cover it. We'll just do it.
Now
on
he's
guilty.
gone, he's gone from there.
Everyone's gone.
Oh, the jail's.
Oh,
gone.
we'll never get
We'll
Ione.
never get Ione back. I'll tell you what, I'll send Mr. Norton a letter to say that
Or
he's
do a
going to
written.
send a written waiver.
Yeah.
A written.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, this is the people of the state of Michigan versus John Graham. File number. S 31032. He's present for sentencing.
All right, Miss Year, did you have an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and the sentencing information?
I have, Your Honor. Actually, the only minor correction is a factual on the very first basic information report. It's under the, it's in the, probably halfway down where it starts marital status, dependence, religion. It says Protestant. He said he doesn't identify as Protestant. Christian, yes, but not Protestant. That's on the DIR.
I like it. What else?
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll make that correction, and then, Ms. Kraus, what do you have for the people?
Yes, you got the recommendation.
Okay, and then Ms. Shu.
Your Honor, we ask that you follow the recommendation. It is in line with the Killebrew agreement, and I believe it's appropriate under the circumstances.
So do we know, and maybe I can ask probation this, we have these outstanding issues in Gratiot and Saginaw. Has the Gratiot case been taken care of?
No.
Your Honor, for the record, I reached out and spoke to the clerk's office in Gratiot County, and they assured me that they would be getting Mr. Graham on for an arraignment. They do them at 1 o'clock via Zoom, and they do them all the time. They've never followed up. I also contacted Saginaw. They transferred me to the prosecutor's office, who apparently takes care of that. I talked to the person in the prosecutor's office in Saginaw asking for an arraignment on that to get those moving, and Mr. Graham tells me that he has now written them, but nobody's done anything for that. So I know I've alerted both counties
Okay.
by telephone.
All right. Then anything else, Ms. Shear, then, as far as your client's concerned?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Graham, how about you? Do you want to say anything before the court proposes sentence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Graham, I'll follow the recommendation. I do think it's appropriate, having reviewed the PSI. The thing that jumped out at me though is I don't like having our folks on supervision with outstanding warrants in other jurisdictions. So I want to make sure once you're released, and if I'm following the recommendation, and if you have no holds, that would be today, that you get those taken care of right away. Okay, and I assume that our probation officers are going to be following up on that also, that we get that taken care of. And frankly, do you have holds at the jail? Maybe that'll be the way that it gets done. Deputy, do you know, does he have a hold from that'd be Gratiot or Saginaw County?
I don't know right off the top of my head, Your Honor. It wasn't written in the.
All right,
I'll find
maybe
out
they
for
don't
you.
want it all that bad. Anyway, Mr. Graham, I'll follow this, and that means I'm going to place you on a period of supervision for 2 years. I'm not going to go over all the terms of your supervision, but I will adopt all 34 of these recommendations, and that'll start with the idea that we'll get a substance abuse assessment. We'll follow all the terms of that assessment, and also we're going to test you randomly for drugs and alcohol while you are being supervised. I'm also going to impose 80 hours of community service, and your field agent will work with you and give you directions on how you can complete that, where you can do it, and those types of things. I would just suggest you get started on that sooner rather than later. I'm also going to require that you participate in and complete either an adult education program and or obtain a GED. Okay, I don't think that would be harmful to you and maybe very beneficial for you moving forward. I'm also going to order that you complete the COG program. Another item that I think is a appropriate recommendation and would be beneficial to you. I'm also going to require that you maintain employment of at least 30 hours per week or otherwise employment and a combination of your supervision obligations. Also, I'm going to impose a curfew so that you have to be in your approved residence between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. unless you first have permission to be outside your residence during those hours, first obtaining permission from your field agent. So I'm required by statute, and I will impose a $68 state cost. I'm required by statute and will impose $130 crime victim rights assessment. There'll be a $60 DNA testing fee, attorney fees of $400, a fine of $500, court cost of $500. While you're being supervised, your supervision fees will be $30 per month. If there is an electronic monitoring program that is requested during your term of supervision or ordered, then the supervision fees will be $60 per month. It looks like at 33 you are requesting that, right? So when you're released from jail, we're going to place you on an electronic monitoring device for 90 days. It's kind of worded a little differently, I feel like, but it doesn't matter. So once you're released, and that should have occurred today, assuming you have no holds, you want him to check over at probation then?
If he's released, he needs to come directly.
All right, so you report directly to probation upon your release, right across the parking lot, okay? And then we'll get you on that device.
He does have holds in Gratiot, Isabella, and Saginaw.
Okay. Well, that will do two things. One, it'll probably put on hold our tether. And number two, that will though at least have you get those other outstanding warrants taken care of, okay? But that means, sir, when you are done with those jurisdictions, it's going to be your responsibility to notify and check in with probation here, okay? I don't think they're gonna follow up. Go ahead.
Within 24 hours of release.
All right, within 24 hours of release, all right? If you don't do that, it'll be a violation, okay? So somebody's not gonna hold your hand and they're not gonna call and remind you. So whenever you're done with the last stop on the train, so to speak, if that's Isabella or Saginaw or Gratiot, within 24 hours, you have to contact Montcalm Circuit Court Probation, okay? And then, here's what I'll do. I'll order the tether, but I'll leave it up to the discretion of the field agent, whether, I assume if he ends up serving 6 months or something, I don't know whether, then we still think that's a great idea or not. If you do, do it. If not, I'm gonna give you the authority to just eliminate that due to whatever else he might be facing in those other jurisdictions. Okay, and then back to Mr. Graham. I think I covered all our fines and costs and other monetary obligations and the tether. So that leaves us, I'm gonna impose 50 days in the Montcalm County Jail with credit for 50 that you served. That'll allow you to get onto your holds. And then remember, you do have to call and report. All right, Mr. Graham, you do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence.
Yeah.
What's that?
7411.
Oh, I think I probably overlooked that. So there is no appellate paperwork because I will grant it under the 7411 status. And that was part of the sentencing agreement. I guess I forgot that. All right, so there is no appellate paperwork. So just remember that you need to check in with probation once you're done with those other jurisdictions. All right, Mr. Graham?
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Okay, that can complete the matter. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
The thing I love most about this judge, this is Montcalm County, Michigan. But the thing I love the most is he, in the sentencing, always does something that he thinks will allow a person to better themselves and their circumstances. So, like for this guy, he has to obtain his GED. There's no harm in him having to do so. None. It's going to do nothing but benefit him. And so the judge is trying really hard to set these people up for success. And I really admire that. Yeah, he really is. I like him a lot. And yeah, he's spot on with everything. He calls it like it is. And a lot of these defendants need that. They, the hand holding and coddling that, the mommy did or daddy did or whoever did. And my guess would be not the daddy, because typically the ones that are in and out of the jails like this grew up without a father figure in the home, so they have no idea how to act. It's really sad. And the thing is we're watching one day. The judge does this day in and day out, every day. This originally was a 3-hour docket. And like I said, I cut down an hour of it. I cut off an hour of the non-interesting stuff. But it's one right after the other. And then he did another docket of stuff. And there's how many judges at a time doing this? Like, it's mind-blowing to think how many people there are out there committing crimes and messing up our communities and not working to better themselves and better their circumstances. And they just kind of want to play victim to everything forever. And the victim mentality will never benefit you. Never. People who have the victim mentality, it's going to hold you back. If you take just an ounce of responsibility in your life and own your mistakes and learn from them, then you're constantly in a position of triumph. You bettered yourself in this circumstance. Oh, I screwed up, but I learned how to get beyond that. I learned how to rise above it. I got clean. I started paying my bills on time instead of going to the casino. Whatever your vice is that's causing these circumstances, you have to look inward and fix the issues. For crying in the mud, watch some Jordan Peterson videos or something. And you start taking responsibility for things and getting out of that victim mentality. And you're going to find that all of those bad luck circumstances that you always found yourself stuck in. Oh, I have the worst luck. My childhood wasn't good, so I don't know how to act in a social setting, whatever. When you stop playing victim, that's the only way you can triumph.
The next matter before the court is People versus Spencer. Richard Getterman is file 23S30844FH. He is present in court along with his attorney, Mrs. Shear. Today is the time and date set for status conference. I've had the opportunity to speak with Mrs. Shear. My understanding is her client is going to plea as charged. There's an agreement that he would be sentenced to 12 months with the Department of Corrections. All correct?
Yeah, and in addition, there would be no further charges arising out of this.
That's true.
Yes.
Okay, are you Spencer the Getterman?
Getterman, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Raise your right hand. The clerk will have you sworn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Getterman, the charge and the information is possession of a narcotic possession of a narcotic 50 to 449 grams. That's a 20-year felony and/or $250,000 fine. You understand the nature of that charge and the maximum penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you go forward with this plea, that you won't have a trial of any kind? So is that what you want to do, is waive your right to have a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Waiving your right to have a trial means you waive all the rights that would come along with the trial, and those are found on this rights or rights form. So is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you get a chance to read this over?
Yes, Your Honor.
With a chance to read it over, did you have any questions about these rights?
No.
With no questions, do you believe you understand them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding them, are you then waiving them in order to take advantage of the agreement that the attorneys announced on the record?
Yes.
All right. Two more things that you're going to waive, sir, by waiving your right to have a trial. The first one is this: you're going to waive the right to claim at a later date and time. It wasn't your choice to enter a plea this morning. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're also going to waive the right to claim at a later date and time that there were other promises or threats or inducements to you, except those the attorneys have announced on the record this morning. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Even with this plea, you'll have a form of appellate review available to you. That's called leave to appeal. And with that, you could hire your own attorney. If you could not afford one, you could request one from the court. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about this charge. How do you plead to the charge? Possession of a narcotic 50 to 449 grams.
Guilty.
The information says this occurred on or about October 9th of 2023 in the city of Greenville, county of Montcalm. Is that the correct date and location?
Yes, Your Honor.
On that date and location, can you tell me in your own words what you did to be guilty of this crime?
Possessed of narcotic over 50 grams.
Okay, was that narcotic some sort of mixture of cocaine?
Yes.
All right, at the time you possessed it, did you know or have reason to know that it was some mixture of cocaine?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
All right, and at the time you possessed it, did you know or have reason to know that it was more than 50 grams?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else on the facts, Mr. Valet?
No, Your Honor.
How about you, Ms. Shear?
No, Your Honor.
All right, back to you, Mr. Getterman. Other than what we have talked about here this morning, has anyone else promised you or threatened you or done anything to you to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Other than what's been placed on the record this morning, has anyone else said anything to you about what your sentence might be as a result of entering the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Valea, are you aware of any other promises, threats, or inducements
I'm not.
this year?
No.
Mr. Valea, is the court comply with the court order for taking the plea?
Yes, Judge.
And Ms. Shear?
Yes.
All right, sir, do you have any questions about anything we've covered now that we've almost completed this?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
All right, last question. Do you want the court to accept your plea to possession of a narcotic more than 50 grams but less than 449?
Yes.
All right, we'll accept your plea. You did offer your plea freely, accurately, and voluntarily. So what happens next is I need a pre-sentence report, okay? So you need to check in at probation, out the courtroom doors to the right. It's just a few steps down the hall on your left. Check in with them. They'll begin the process of completing that PSI by having you come back or call at a different date and time, maybe give you some information to paperwork to fill out. And once that's completed, Ms. Shear is going to get a copy of it. She's going to go over it with you so that it can be checked for accuracy. That probably won't happen though until a day or so before the sentencing date, maybe even the morning of, okay? And then all of that will occur approximately 4 weeks from now, okay? Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
You're all set today, just check in with probation.
We have Mr. Cowley. Yep. And our next matter for the court is People versus Joshua Solomon Cowling. It is file 24S31001F8. Mr. Cowling appears by video from the Montcalm County Jail. His attorney, Mr. Shear, is present in court. This is the time and date set for sentencing.
All right, Ms. Shear, have you had an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and the sentencing information with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, there are just some factual changes on the basic information reports, the CFJ 101. The address is the actual address Mr. Cowling indicates.
Anything else?
Your Honor, and this is on the pre-sentence investigation, CFJ 145, where it took current convictions at the top and prior record, personal history. Under the bottom third of that page, personal history, it talks about substance use history. And the last two boxes are methamphetamine and alcohol. And it indicates dates 08 to 1117 for methamphetamine, alcohol 93 to 08. Actually, it should end in excuse me, for the methamphetamine should end in 13. Mr. Cowling was arrested at that time and he was then released. And as the report later points out, after his release up until approximately the summer of 2023 when he relapsed. So that end date for methamphetamine is a little bit different.
Okay.
Your Honor, also on mine says page 12 of the CFJ 284, it's under the marriage section. It has former spouse, it has her at a street. He said she did live there at one point, but she's not living there any further. Further down, Joshua Cowling Jr. lives in Oklahoma, not in Michigan. And then a few pages after that, couple pages, excuse me, Your Honor, on page 14 on that same CFJ 284 substance abuse narrative, it advised he had been sober since 17, actually in May of 13 when he was arrested until again his relapse, as he pointed out, in the summer of 2023. And then indicates there's no liabilities. He does have some child support arrearages. His children are all adults, but he owes it's my understanding, a small amount or an amount on arrearages.
Anything else?
Your Honor, the only other, I guess, more of an objection regarding on the recommendations, it indicates the $100 OWI reimbursement for Mr. Cowling. That charge was dismissed, so I would object for that reason to the reimbursement of that OWI request reimbursement of $100.
I think you still can order it even dismissed as part of the plea agreement.
I agree, I could. Was that discussed at the plea?
No.
All right. Then Ms. Shear, anything else before I ask Mr. Boulay about it?
No other factual changes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Boulay.
Your Honor, I'd ask you to follow the recommendation. This is, we're here a lot on matters like this, and it's unfortunate that we hear from Mr. Cowling, because it appears that he did have a decade almost of sobriety. If that's right, he certainly didn't have trouble during that time. So it's sad, but I think it's an appropriate recommendation, and I ask you to follow it.
All right, Ms. Shear, how about you?
Your Honor, Mr. Valade indicated as well, that as he has indicated, there's about a decade of sobriety, and unfortunately, I think as Mr. Cowling said, he had got in with a couple wrong people and relapsed and understood what happened, and he has the ability to do it. He's a smart guy, he's talented, he's not afraid to work, and so I'm asking the court in this matter to follow the recommendation as far as the time and let him be able to get back out and continue on the path he was doing before his unfortunate relapse recently.
All right, Mr. Cowling, anything that you want to say before the court imposes a sentence?
No, sir.
All right, can I just confirm with you, sir, it's a little bit unusual that you actually are asking for the 12 months with the DOC. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll follow the recommendation then, sir. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that 12 months is, it's in the middle, even below the middle of the guidelines, but also you've got a prior felony, 16 prior misdemeanor. So you do have a fairly active, I guess we could say, criminal history when we're talking about that many convictions, whether misdemeanor or not. And you're not all that old, you're only 47 years old, but it is unfortunate. We do have this, at least from paper on black and white, this history of sobriety, as best we can tell. And you do seem to have a steady work history, except you never stay at one place very long, which is kind of odd. Maybe raises some red flags. And then, sir, I would just point out, maybe as you're thinking about this, I think you use the words "get your head on straight." That when I looked at the family history here, how did you put that? It's pretty succinct. Parents are dead, kids are busy, sister is dead, and brother is stuck up. You got 3 ex-wives, so you haven't been very good at marriage. But it's kind of hard to make our way in the world and maintain sobriety if we don't have some support from some people. Looks like you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, but then you say you're only really in communication with one of them, and the rest you think are in cahoots to steal the property. I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but again, you're going to be out before you know it here in just a year or so. And certainly we want you to live a clean life of sobriety and get back to work and be a positive member of society. But that's a heck of a lot easier if you're able to have some support, some family connection, right? And when I see somebody that has 5 kids and 3 former spouses and your brother is stuck up, kids are busy, sometimes we have to look inward to see, is it really all of those other people, you know, other 4 kids, 3 ex-spouses, are they all the ones that got it wrong, or is it me a little bit here? And I could do some things to repair these relationships and then hopefully make my life a little smoother as far as support from family and friends and living a clean, sober life. Sir, I'll follow the recommendation. I'm going to impose $68 in state costs because that's required by statute. Also required by statute is a $130 crime victims assessment. There'll be court costs of $550, a fine of $500, and then attorney fees of $400. I am going to impose the $100 OUIW or OWI reimbursement fee. I recognize that was dismissed, but it was part of a plea agreement, so I'm going to go ahead and order that. And then pursuant and consistent with your agreement, I'll sentence you to 12 months with the Michigan Department of Corrections to statutory max of 10 years. You do receive credit for 55 days that you have previously served. All right, Mr. Cowling, you do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence. And if you want to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. And if you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, you have a broader window of 42 days. So is it correct, as I read, maybe I didn't read it in the PSI, could be confusing it because we have a bunch of them. He would otherwise be eligible for boot camp, and I'm sure we'll get that request, wouldn't we?
No, he's not. He's not.
Oh, it's right here in paragraph 3. You're right. Okay. So we won't have to worry about that. Mr. Cowling, you are all set. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I brought his
We have Mr. Burns. Yeah, this is the matter of People versus Cody Michael Burns. There are actually two files. The first one is 24S30989FH. The second is 23S29985. Mr. Burns is present by video from the Montcalm County Jail.
Excellent.
His attorney, Mrs. Shear, is present. We are here to have sentencing in file 30989, and I believe we have to take a plea in sentencing in 29985. I think it's count 3 we talked about.
Yes.
If we count 3 in the probation violations.
Well, I'm trying to find this.
I don't know if there was an update that let me.
The report, or if you're talking about
Probation.
29985, the report was submitted quite some time ago. I think it was printed off. Mine says it was printed up, I think January 17th of 24 is the last update.
And
Judge.
January 10th, it was signed by Agent Moore, looks like, right? There are 2 counts, or 3 counts, is that what we'll talk
Oh,
about?
yeah, there are 3 counts, I'm sorry.
These 3 counts, you got to count 3.
Count 3?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Burns, if you raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn. You solemnly swear firm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, so as it relates to this 29985 FH 2023 case, sir, you're being supervised there for the charge of possession of ammunition by a felon. That's a 5-year felony. Do you understand that?
Judge, it was an attempt.
It was. So is that a 2.5 then?
Yes.
So a maximum penalty of 2.5 years. Have some notes about that over here, as a matter of fact. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. You understand that if you go forward with a plea here, you won't have a hearing of any kind, but you would be entitled to have a hearing as it relates to the violation of probation.
Yes.
All right, are you waiving your right to have a hearing?
Yes.
So waiving your right to have a hearing means you waive all the rights that would come along with a hearing. I'll describe those for you now. It means you're waiving the right to be presumed innocent of the 3 charges here. It means you're waiving the right to confront any witnesses that will be called against you or to call your own witnesses. It also means that you are waiving the right to testify at a hearing of that nature or not to say anything, and then the trier of fact, the court could use that against you. It also means that you'd be waiving the right to have the assistance of Ms. Shear at that type of hearing. She could stay with you through a hearing if you wanted to do that. Mr. Burns, are you waiving all those rights that come along with a hearing?
Yes.
All right, as it relates to this file, has anybody promised you or threatened you or done anything else to you to get you to enter a plea?
No, sir.
As it relates to this file, has anybody said anything about what your sentence might be as a result of entering a plea?
No, sir.
Okay. If you have had conversations either with your attorney, and that's what her role is, so I assume you guys have had some conversations, and or a probation agent, do you recognize that those are not binding on the court? And if you go forward with a plea in this probation file, the court's going to be free to sentence you as it sees fit. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And does that change anything for you about wanting to go forward with a plea?
No, sir.
All right, so let's talk about count 3. How do you plead to violating the terms of your supervision when you were convicted of any criminal law of any unit of government, specifically the charge of assault by strangulation and domestic violence on or about January 10th of 2024?
No contest.
No contest. Okay. Are we anticipating no contest?
No, Mr. Burns, what this is the probation violation. So the charge is that you are convicted of actually an attempt assault by strangulation in the 24-30989 file. So you're not, the question is how do you plead to being convicted of that attempt assault by strangulation while you are on probation?
I'm guilty.
All right, so this says that occurred on or about January 10th of this year. In your own words, can you tell me what happened?
And I'm sorry, Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but Cody, what we're looking at is not the underlying offense, but we're looking at your conviction. So what did you do to be guilty of being convicted?
I'm confused.
Yeah, did you enter a plea of no contest before Judge Schaefer to attempt assault by strangulation?
Yes.
And you entered that plea, I believe, on or about February 15th of 2024.
Yes,
And when you were on probation with this court, in the file you're taking the plea on now, you were on probation with this court as of January 10th of 24 and 2/15 of 24. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, so I do find a factual basis. Anything else on the facts from either side?
No, thanks.
All right, so back to you, Mr. Burns, again. Nobody's promised you or threatened you or done anything else to you to get you to enter this plea, have they?
No, sir.
All right, do you want the court to accept your plea to violating your probation?
Yes, sir.
I will accept your plea. You did offer it freely, accurately, and voluntarily. So I think we can proceed to sentencing with that after we do the sentencing on file 30989. And again, I don't have a report on this one, so I don't know who's the agent.
Nick Moore.
Yes, Mr. Moore.
Okay.
It's gonna be, I think we're just, whatever sentence you give, it's just gonna be concurrent time, Judge.
All right, very good. Okay, then back to 989 this year. Additions, corrections, or deletions to this PSI.
Just a couple factual, Your Honor. Again, on the CFJ 101, the basic information report in that first, probably third, almost a halfway down. It says highest grade completed unknown, but then there are other parts. He completed 11th grade through high school, but he did receive his GED in 2018. And right underneath that, again, with the religion, he does not identify as Protestant Christian, yes, but not Protestant, he indicated. Carrying over to the CFJ 145, on the bottom right of the page, again, under personal history, where it says education unknown, he did, again, receive his education in 2018, which again is reflected in the body of the report itself. And then finally, Your Honor, the only other, I guess, question under the criminal justice section on the CFJ 284A, page 4 at the bottom, it's adult history number 1. The offense date says 1/1 of 1900. I'm assuming that's not correct. And then the arrest date was 9/17 of 2010 on a trespassing. So just the date of offense is clearly incorrect.
So we'll correct that. Anything else?
No factual changes, no, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Boulay.
Your Honor, I'm asking the court to follow the recommendation, which is agreed upon sentence that I think is appropriate. I am concerned in the sense that Mr. Burns basically indicates in the report that he didn't do anything. This is concerning to me, but I still believe he gave a no contest plea. The court found that there was enough information. And I still think this is an appropriate recommendation as it relates to Mr. Burns, so I'd ask you to follow. This year?
Your Honor, in this matter, I apologize. When I was making my corrections, this should have been a cap of 18 months is what Mr. Burns pled to. The initial agreement was 18, Mr. Boulay and I talked, and then when he entered the plea, it was a cap. So that would, I again apologize, that would be reflected in the report on page, there's 2 page ones on the CFJ 145 and 284A. So again, well, this is a cap of 18 months. I would ask the court, I understand the recommendation is for 18 months, but given that it is a cap, I would ask the court to consider something less than the full recommended 18 in this matter. And I have nothing further to add other than asking the court to consider that.
All right, Mr. Burns, anything that you'd like to say before the court imposes sentence?
No, sir.
Well, I didn't catch that. What did you say?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Burns, I'm going to follow the recommendation. I wish I could give you more, sir. I couldn't help but think in reviewing this, a couple things. I remember this probation violation case and the whole thing about sending videos of people engaged in sex. I remember, I think there might have even been a PPO. I can't recall. where you just denied it, they were just two random people, it wasn't the ex. Your whole excuse then was that she set you up and you should have known better and that it was just some bullets. And you know, the Department of Corrections used to have a long-standing policy that folks that were on supervision, if they're mixed up with guns or i.e. ammunition, there was a really hard stance on that. And I recall all of this the last time we sentenced you. It was all kind of, everybody was good. Ah, it's just a couple bullets, you know, no, don't worry about it. Well, maybe if we had been more serious about it then, we wouldn't have a new woman that's been victimized, because your statement in a new case is pretty appalling too. Now you kind of say, as Mr. Belay has already pointed out, that I wouldn't hit a woman. I can't believe, I don't really remember, but I'm certain I wouldn't have done that. Well, sir, that's nonsense. You don't have any respect for women. And it starts with this old probation case when we're just sending around videos, whether it was your ex or not, people engaged in sex, right? So if they are random strangers, it's just this idea that I'm devoid of respect or any human decency for other people, let alone women. And then maybe the court, you could disagree, but then maybe the court's just got it all wrong. But then let's just look what you are, which is contained in your history. You got 3 prior felonies and 31, yes, 31 prior misdemeanors. So that's a total. You're only 39 years old of 34 criminal convictions as an adult. That's 1.5 per year. And then when we go back to just some ammunition, that file, just sort of a misunderstanding. And then we wonder why people continue to get victimized. So you're lucky I don't have the opportunity to give you more. If I've ever seen a case where when the court says you are what your record says you are, you're a criminal and you're not a good one because you keep getting caught and you have zero respect for women. So maybe the parole board should look at you very hard when they determine whether you should be released in 18 months. Sir, I'm required and I will impose a $68 state cost. I'm required and I will impose a $130 crime victims assessment. There'll be court costs in the amount of $550, a fine of $500, and attorney fees of $400. Court's going to sentence you to 18 months with the Michigan Department of Corrections to the statutory max of 6 years and
5 years.
I'm sorry, 5 years. You will receive credit for 65 days that you have previously served. You do have a right to seek appellate review of this sentence, and if you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. And if you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, you have a broader window of 42 days. Let's turn our attention to file 23S29985FH, probation, or Mr. Belay. Anything you want to say before the court imposes sentence there?
No, yeah.
This year, anything on behalf of your client?
Judge, the only thing I'm asking is that the obviously time run concurrent with the file for which Mr. Burns was just sentenced on, and
it has to, doesn't it?
yes, and the credit would be actually 248 today. When they calculated the credit, we've had this before the court here just recently where he's entitled to sheriff's time and the good credit he got. So he had 6 months initially, which would be 180 days. Plus the other time he has, and he's been sitting here since January 10th.
Okay, and then who's good at math? And then I've got a 2.5 year max here. So if I give him the same 18 months, am I violating the 2/3 or not?
Well, it would be 30 months, yes.
That is 2, so we would be good. We'd be good. All right. All right, Mr. Burns, anything that you want to say before I impose sentence on this file?
Sure.
All right. So I'm going to revoke unsatisfactorily your supervision here. I'm going to reassess any outstanding fines, costs, or other monetary obligations. And on this file, I'll send you to 18 months with the Michigan Department of Corrections. However, on this file, you'll receive credit for 248 days previously served. So 2.5 years credit for 248. This sentence will run concurrent with file 24S30989. Obviously, it's not going to run day for day because you're getting more credit on the probation file than the new file, but they otherwise will then run concurrent. With this file, you also have a right, Mr. Burns, to seek appellate review of the sentence, and if you want to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request, and if you want a court-appointed attorney to assist you, same thing, you have a broader window of 42, so 21 and 42. And Ms. Shear, again, would you just help us make sure we get that paperwork back on that particular file?
Yes.
Okay, if there's nothing else, that'll conclude the matter. What do we have next?
Christy Becker at the jail, please. People versus Christy Becker, 24S 310333. Sentencing, Ms. Lyons is here also.
All right, Ms. Lyons, have you had an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and sentencing information with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Additions, corrections, or deletions?
Just a few minor corrections as it relates to the family narrative and a few things that were indicated by my client on the CFJ 284. If you jump to page 6 under the family graph, it indicates her mother's address as residing in Michigan. My client believes that she, in fact, resides in the state of Arizona. So I would just make that note. Also, under the family narrative paragraph, the last paragraph under family narrative, it starts with Miss Becker. In the second to the last sentence, it indicates that her father passed in 2021. And she actually may have indicated 2021, Your Honor. She said that's quite possible, but it was actually 2020 that he passed. So I would just indicate that for the record, that in that sense, it actually is 2020. And then under the marriage portion, as it relates to James Leroy Becker, indicates her former significant other. I would just indicate that they were actually married and subsequently divorced, and that he no longer resides at the Lakeview address. He presently has a Coral address. She's uncertain of the number there, but certain it's no longer Lakeview anymore. And then lastly would just be under the physical health narrative. This would be jumping to page 8 of the CFJ 284. Along with a degenerative disc disease, she also indicates sleep apnea. But other than that, Your Honor, I think the report is accurate as drafted.
Okay, Ms. Kraus.
Good.
Ms. Lund.
Nothing to add as it relates to additions, corrections, or deletions, just a few allocations if the court deems it appropriate. Thank you. So, Your Honor, I think that the plea agreement here was appropriate. It was contemplated by the parties. We're asking that the court follow that. I think under the circumstances, it's appropriate here. In getting to know Ms. Becker, she was certainly a bit guarded upon my initial meetings with her. As I learned more about her, she is really coming off of a really, I think, a pretty violently abusive relationship. And I think for that reason, she's been pretty guarded in her conversations with me. But as I've gotten to know her better, I think she's really capable of being successful on probation and can certainly do well. She has overcome a number of things sort of on her own. You know, when she was very young, she dropped out of high school because she was pregnant, yet still managed after having the child to go back and get her degree. She did find some strength here to leave that relationship. You know, I think during a period of that relationship was abusing methamphetamine really daily, Your Honor. I mean, she reports being a daily user. Certainly in this instant case was in possession of methamphetamine. And so in discussions with her, she really recognizes the need to really make a commitment to her sobriety. She's was able to get away from those people, that lifestyle. And I think, you know, very recently here had a brush with that. And so that was kind of a call to action for her, if you will. But she's capable. I know that she was working at the Firefly Grill before this. She wasn't certain if she was going to still have employment there. She has been, of course, incarcerated now for 45 days. And it would appear as though at least her daughter had reached out to her employer, and I think they do value her work. It sounds like that job may still be available for her upon her release, and so I'm optimistic for her about that. And all in all, Your Honor, I am ultimately asking the court to follow the recommendations here. I think that they're appropriate. There is one kind of unique and unfortunate situation that happened to her while she was incarcerated about 2 weeks ago. Her home burned down. I believe that deemed to be a total loss. I think the investigation is still pending. I don't think that there's any suspected foul play or anything along those lines. I think it was just one of those unfortunate incidences. An unusual request, certainly, but if the court would see it fit to, allow her a 30-day release and then come back and finish the remainder of her jail time, I think, she would be very grateful for that, just to deal with some of the issues that are surrounding that in terms of, talking to law enforcement, picking up any personal property items that still do exist or are intact in the home, contacting any entities that she may need to deal with it, whether it be insurance or whether it just simply be disposal of what's remaining on the property in terms of the debris and so forth. I think that has kind of been overwhelming for her while incarcerated the last 2 weeks to try to deal with that. And again, it's just one of those very unusual and unfortunate life circumstances. And recognizing that if the court did such a thing, certainly as it relates to any conditions of bond here, regular drug testing, tether, whatever the court deems appropriate here, she would certainly abide by that. Other than that, Your Honor, I think that the recommendations are appropriate and we ask that you follow them.
You started that whole thing with just a couple brief. You said I just need a couple. All right.
You don't know me very well, do you?
Yeah. Ms. Becker, anything that you want to say before the court imposes a sentence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Becker, I'm going to follow the recommendation here. I'm going to tweak a couple things. I don't want you to lose sight of the fact that even though we're following this recommendation, you can color me unimpressed with the idea that you were on district court probation elsewhere, but you had absconded from that supervision since 2021. So that means more than 2 years goes by and you don't ever take care of it. It's not until this incident that you actually then end up having to face the music, so to speak, getting arrested. And why that's relevant to the court, well, I'm going to give you this opportunity here for supervision in the Montcalm Circuit Court. It would suggest that you're probably not a really great candidate for supervision if we're just going to base it off your history. All right. So you're going to hold the car keys, so to speak, on how all that occurs. Okay. If you disappear for our supervision, then you can just count on what a 0 to 9 guideline range, a year in jail, or maybe even a year in prison. I don't know, but it's got to be a much better outcome than it was the last time around that you tried supervision. All right. So I'm going to place you out of period supervision for 2 years. I'm not going to go over all the terms of your supervision. I will highlight some that I think are most appropriate. We'll start with a substance abuse evaluation. We'll follow all the recommendations of the evaluation. Then we'll find out what's going on with the drug use and how we address it best. And obviously, while you're being supervised, we're going to test you for drugs and alcohol while on supervision. All right. I'm also going to order that you complete 80 hours of community service. Your field agent will work with you on how to get going on that. I'm going to order that you complete the COG program. I think that can be useful and helpful for you in our decision making, how we go about making better decisions. I'm going to require that you maintain employment of at least 30 hours a week or a combination of the employment and your supervision obligations. It's interesting, maybe you do have a good, I don't know, you have a work history, though you don't stay in one place for very long. So let's see if we can work on that and have a little bit of a tenure behind your work at one place. We're also going to have a curfew that you have to be in your approved residence between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. unless you first have written permission from your field agent to do so. I'm required, ma'am, to impose a $68 state cost required by statute, also required by statute to impose a $130 crime victim rights assessment. While you're being supervised, the supervision fees are $30 per month, unless you're on an electronic monitoring device. In that case, it'll be $60 a month, and I'm going to get to that in a second here. There'll be a $60 DNA testing fee, attorney fees of $400, a fine of $500, court costs of $550. Now, there's a recommendation for 90 days in jail here with credit for 45 that you've served. That's an appropriate recommendation. However, I don't know what I gain or the court gains or you gain by giving you that additional 45 days, other than maybe punishment, and that's a valid argument. So I'm going to give you today 45 days in jail with credit for 45, but I'm going to place you on tether for 90 days, and that's what I just mentioned. Then the supervision fees will be $60 per month. That'll let you get out, start taking care of whatever's going on with your house and what you need to take care of that, helping you find an approved residence. I don't know where that's going to be, but you'll have to work with supervision to do that, and then get back to work. Ms. Becker, you do have a right to seek appellate review of the sentence. If you'd like to do that, you have 21 days from today's date to make that request. If you want a court-appointed attorney to assist, you have a broader window of 42, so 21 and 42.
Just a couple of things. You just said 2 year probation. I think that's that part.
I didn't? I thought
No,
I did.
you
So
said
2 years of supervision.
But on the curfew, I swear you said 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. So you meant 10
Well, I
p.m.
could
to
be
6
good.
a.m.
I mean 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. All
I
right.
just want to make sure.
Yeah,
we're
anything
clear.
else?
I just want to point out that she will have a whole lot of Nuevo County and we'll be going there to address her.
That's a misdemeanor though, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, all right. So that's a good point. As far as Ms. Becker, how that's going to work is you'll go to your home, most likely, if they're going to come pick you up. You'll have to take care of that. And then within 24 hours of being released, you have to report to the Montcalm County Probation Department. All right. Nobody's going to remind you at the next jail that you go to or hold your hand or tell you you're going to have to do that. And I'm still going to require that you be placed on that tether for 90 days because I'm not giving you the additional jail time. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So again, did I tell you the appellate paperwork? Yeah, 21 days to seek appellate review. If you want a court appointed attorney, you have 42 days. All right, so that's the deputy's gonna hand you that paperwork and your attorney's gonna make sure we get that back in the file. You're all set, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And after that, the judge just handled failure to appear cases. So it was just looking at the file and saying, this person didn't show up, warrant. So those got cut. But, oh my gosh, that was so much fun. That Thurston County docket in the beginning. Oh. Okay, I want to see that guy in front of this judge. He would not have been able to run his mouth like that. No. Judge would have cut him off and then told him how life really works. Oh, golly, yes, you missed some good stuff in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. It was amazing. But yeah, so Salty, this is my coffee cup now. It's only 2 cups of coffee. Leave me alone. Oh, yes. I know that was a long one and I apologize. But I know some people like just sitting on dockets and they don't mind it as long as it keeps moving and it stays interesting. And the way that I edit, I make sure that that's what you're going to get. You know, that and you get sleeping paw firm pets. Right, Earl? All right, my sweet baby boy. I love you. I love you, Earl. Don't worry, Grandma gonna come cuddle in just a moment. Yep. Grandma gonna come cuddle. That's twice. That's twice. Oh, Ardo's here. Ardo. Hi, honey. I miss you. Yeah, it's 4:28 in the morning. I have been streaming. Oh my God, don't make me do this, guys. It's 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 22 seconds right now. If I stay on for 15 more minutes, then it's the 5-hour mark. I'm going to have so many shorts from that whole stream that I have to clip out. So I'm going to apologize now for all of the shorts that are going to come from that. Almost every time the judge tried to sentence someone needs to become a short. He does. He wants me to leave him alone. He wants to cuddle. He hates being held, but he sure loves to cuddle. That boy, like, if he's not in bed when I get into bed, he'll right here on, like, just below my chest, because I sleep on my side. So they'll cuddle up, right against my belly or behind my knees, because my knees are bad when I sleep. And he'll come up and he'll cuddle behind my knees, just as close can be. But if I touch him, he's up and gone. No lies, only likes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, throw comments on everything. I don't care what it says. I even leave up the nasty comments people leave me. I was telling someone that you've mentioned your kitty before, and that Earl's really close in personality. Yep. My mom had a cat that would do that. Like, literally, if they didn't go to bed when it wanted to go to bed, it would just start howling, basically. Like, okay, guys. And it's like herding my parents into the bedroom. Like, guys, come on. It's bedtime now. You're old. You gotta sleep and eat fiber. Oh, honey, everybody has trolls. I don't let them hurt me. They're just names. Every single streamer is going to have people that don't like them or that feel the need to be nasty and rude. I had one a couple days ago. Somebody said, your stream would do much better if you stayed off camera. Okay, so don't watch. I'm not changing how the stream is done because one person or 5 people, or I don't even care if it was 1,000 people. I'm not changing how it's done because you know what? If I change, somebody else is just going to say that I'm doing it wrong. This is me. This is how I am. This is my laugh. People have said that that I have a fake laugh. Okay. No. Why would I fake that laugh for this long? It's like that Tom McDonald song, Names. If you've never heard it, you got to go listen to it. Thank you, Queen Purple, sweetie. So many people, I get so many comments about how people love my laugh and that's what brought them to the channel and things like that. One person said, your laugh is pure serotonin. I've had at least 100 people say that. And then one person, oh, your laugh is creepy. Okay. And then one more person say something about, oh, I can't stand your fake laugh. Okay, whatever. But if you feel the need, you have to say it. Something mean or nasty for no reason. Okay. Because the comments still helps the channel. Whatever. Aw, thank you. Yeah, don't feed the trolls. Yep. My favorite troll comment ever. My mom and I had this t-shirt we shared. And it was back originally in the days when all the teenage girls and everybody had shirts that said princess all over them. And you know my sense of humor. I got it from somewhere. So my mom and I shared this shirt that said, your shirt may say princess, but your face says troll. I loved it. I loved it. Oh my gosh. I loved it. Yeah. Which one? Have I heard which song? Oh, it's just, oh, I thought you were saying the statement. I didn't know that that was a song. I'll have to look that one up. I didn't know that that was a song, for real. But I have heard people say, don't feed the trolls. It's just a statement. But I will definitely look that up. Do you know who it's by chance? Well, you're thinking that I'm looking something up here. Nope. I thought I had like a 5-minute case, but it's actually 19 minutes. Well, 19 minutes and 48 seconds, and I'm not gonna do it. I can't play it because of the copyright rules. I'm not gonna risk getting a copyright strike. Well, like I said, this stream, and it's not the channel. So, somebody said earlier, how do you get demonetized when you're already monetized? Kind of comment, but the streams that they have ads on them, and the streamer gets it's not a lot for the ads. You know, a couple cents here and there kind of thing. But when you get demonetized, you earn less for the advertisements because they can't put as many ads on it, like as many variety. So when there are words like, you know, assault, or when there's a pew pew involved, or, you know, the KILL word, you know, all of those that are offensive and naughty and or triggering to people, things like that. Any kind of content like that, there's an auto bot thing that the videos all run through. When you're done streaming, it says processing on it, and that for the time that you can't see the live chat. YouTube's running all of its filter checks, you know, to make sure you didn't use copyright music and all this other stuff. And within those checks, if you have just even certain words said, you will be deemed demonetized. And then the ad revenue, like, you know, like this video being a 5-hour stream, I might have made, you know, $3 on it. And with it being demonetized, I might make, you know, $1.25. So yeah, it's something, but it's, you know, it's not as much as it would be if I was a good little girl and bleeped everything out, or, you know, whatever. It wouldn't be as, I don't think you would get the full gravity of a lot of stuff, you know. And plus, there's a lot goes into the editing already without adding an extra process. I'd rather just take the L and let you guys see it for what it is. There are a couple of things that I have, you know, blurred out with videos, like the one I did the other day where with the I can think of this word. Ginther hearing. They talked about self-unaliving, and so I muted that section and wrote it in text on top instead, so that if there's someone who struggles with that, as you know, sometimes even just hearing it can be triggering. Same thing with, you know, SA. I try to mute that out when I can, or not say it, or whatever, but I'm human and I don't catch them all. Ooh. Oh, I was telling you guys about my garlic bread. Okay. Now, I love garlic, possibly too much. It's a benefit to society that I have no one to kiss. But this is my garlic bread that I made earlier. Look at how I made that for breakfast, actually. And I got a close up even. Look at that garlic. Oh my goodness, that was so good. It's so yummy. So yeah, that's my garlic bread. I'm telling you. Yeah, I was making Tammy jealous. I was sending her pics this morning. I'm like, look what I'm doing for breakfast. And because I had to kill like what, an hour and a half, 2 hours before I could go to urgent care because they didn't open urgent care until 10. And so I was trying to wait for that. Because all I needed was to get put back on my stinking antibiotic. And so I was like, okay, I've got 2 hours to kill and I'm hungry. Garlic bread. Nope. Not with spaghetti, just with garlic. See, and that's the thing. The bread is just the vessel to get the butter and the garlic and the salt into my mouth. That's all. The bread it literally just exists. I'm kidding. It's a very essential component. But the garlic, that's what I really want out of it. I use an entire clove of garlic, sometimes a little bit more. And I've got that, chopper mincer thing. I broke the one from the 50s or 60s or whatever. And then I got, I had one in the cupboard that, I've had it for years. It was still in its original packaging. I've never opened it because I had the other one. I didn't need it. But I had it just in case. Well, the just in case time came. And it's even better than the old one. It's got a zigzag wavy stripy blade. And every chop down when you come up, it does a little bit of a turn on the inside. So the blade is always moving. With the old one, I had to, as I hit it, I had to hit it at a where my hand like pulled the knob to make it turn. And then it's got a guard, so when it comes up, the guard like forces anything stuck to the blades to go back down into the canister. And so I just chop up, not chop up, I peel 2 or 3 cloves of garlic, whatever I want, and then I chop it with that thing, mince it up super, super fine. And then I have minced garlic on hand. We use it for cooking. We use it for everything. But anyways, so for the garlic butter, I use 1.5 sticks of butter and an entire clove of garlic. And then I just, mix in some salt. It has to have salt added. And then I also use powder garlic. I don't even know how to explain it. It just adds another dimension of garlic, because powder garlic and fresh garlic, they do not taste the same, but they each have their own individual beauty for their flavor. So by having both mixed into the recipe, I get both levels and dimensions of flavor. It's so good. You can add a little parsley in there too if you want. I don't. I just want garlic. Yes, I'm going to have to check those out. See? And that's exactly what I was talking about, you guys. Everybody's got their trolls. All right, guys. I've now passed my 5-hour mark. Thank you for sticking around with me. And I am going to go cuddle with my kitty cat and go to bed. I have those on hand too, but I like them for cooking, like spaghetti sauces and stuff like that. But garlic bread needs fresh or roasted. Oh my God. Come on, you guys. You're going to get me talking again. Quit it. I know, right? I've hit the big time. Woot, woot. Thank you so much, Robert. You're such a sweetheart, and I love you. Did you see, Robert? My daughter just had Spaßabend the other day for her German class. Oh my gosh. The most packed night of the year. It really is. I think more people come out for Spaßabend than any other event. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Be safe, be well, sleep sweet, and much love.